Good morning. This is Doug Hairs on the line for the record.
Good morning. This is Delegate Herman M. Daniels, Jr. For the record, good morning, Trishna, Delegate Yellow here.
Nito, yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for being here with us, colleagues. Today's our fourth day of our Navajo Nation Council summer session. We'll get here started shortly. I just want to make sure we have a quorum. Looks like we have about eight or nine delegates on the line. We'll get started here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Again, good morning, colleagues, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and everybody else listening here.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Delegate Rick Nez. Yate, honorable colleagues too.
Morning, Delegate Freeland's on.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We just rung the bell here in the Navajo Nation, or outside the Navajo Nation Council chambers. And everybody know that Navajo Nation Council is in session this morning. With that, colleagues, just as a preliminary, before we go into the recap of the day of the week, yesterday there was some concerns, public concerns about safety here in the Navajo Nation Council chambers. We have taken care of that. Thank you to Chief of Police, Mr. Chief Francisco, and Jesse Delmar. We do have officers standing by, and we also have Sergeant Arms patrolling. We in and out of the chambers throughout the day here, and then continue on to tomorrow as well. So again, thank you, Chief Francisco and Mr. Delmar. Also, looking into other areas, looking into possible areas of how that potential occurrence took place yesterday. So again, thank you to my colleagues for recommending going into recess too as well. We did make sure that the staff was out here and moving it forward. So again, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us. We're going to go ahead and move forward on our Navajo Nation Council summer session agenda this morning. This is a proposed, actually, we do have an agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Today's actually our fourth day in session of our summer session for 2021. We did recess yesterday to July 20th at 4:12 p.m. Coming back into session here this morning at 10:05 a.m. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation via teleconference. Presiding is myself, Seth Davis, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I do have, for the record, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Charlene So here in the chambers with us this morning. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you again. With that, moving on to our roll call. Let's go ahead and make sure we're official, and then we'll go ahead and continue on down this morning with an overall recap. Ms. Uvilla?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not enter roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan Begay Jr. is present. Thank you.
Kealan Begay Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Yes.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown entered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton entered roll call. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty did not enter roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon entered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Good morning.
Honorable
I'm
Herman,
here.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Morning, Delegate Freeland's present.
Honorable Mark Freeland entered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not enter roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo entered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James entered roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Delegate
Honorable
Rick
Ricky
Nez
Nez
is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez entered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater entered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not enter roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So entered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not enter roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not enter roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not enter roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. entered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika entered roll call. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Here.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie entered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning, my colleagues. I'm present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair entered roll call. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not enter roll call. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Yat Ishma, Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty is present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty entered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not enter roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Hello, is present. Thank you.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not enter roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona entered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not enter roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not enter roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So does not answer roll call. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have 19 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker?
Thank you very much. Again, colleagues, this is day 4 of our summer session. We have 19 members present, 19 members present. Good morning again, colleagues. Thank you very much. Good morning to our President, Vice President, Jonathan Diaz and Myron Lizer. And then good morning to the rest of the executive branch. Good morning, Madam Chief Justice Joanne Chain, and to all the associate justices there, and all the rest of the justices, judicial branch, and all the staff. Good morning to all the legislative branch employees. Good morning again, colleagues. Good morning to everyone else listening in, all our constituents, all the chapters. Thank you very much for listening in on today's agenda. Colleagues, we did again recess yesterday at 4:12 p.m. We usually go on down on our daily agendas to invocation, but as indicated, the recognition that was done by Mr. Jasper Lee in his invocation was a blessing for the entire week. So with that, taking that on, honorable colleagues, we'll go ahead and continue on down. With that, we did complete legislation 0065-21 under new business, colleagues. And that was item number A. We are now moving on to item number B, which is legislation 0091-21, which is sponsored by Chairman Hino, co-sponsored by Honorable Stewart. With that, Mr. Rico, if I could go ahead and get that read into the record this morning. Colleagues, this is, well, go ahead and go, Mr. Rico, and then I'll go ahead and explain further.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smith calling in. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Members 24 Nomination Council, tracking number 0091-21, an action relating to Resource Development, Budget and Finance, Navigated Committees, and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $2 million in citizen funds to the Canyoncito Band of Navajos Healthcare Incorporated for the Canyoncito Clinic Expansion Project, approving and adopting the Canyoncito Clinic Expansion Project Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Jamie Henio, co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. There are committee reports from the Resources Development Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, and Navigated Committees. The Resource Development Committee recommends a due pass with no amendment. The Budget and Finance Committee recommend a due pass with no amendment. The Navigated Committee considered and reports the same. The legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation moves on to the Office of President and Vice President. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, on legislation 0091-21, this legislation.
Motion, Wanika.
Can I get a motion? Honorable Wanika, second.
Second, Freeland.
Hold on. Colleagues, this legislation did go before RDC, BNF, Navigated Committee. Are we ready to vote on legislation 0091-21?
This is Delegate Charles Newton. Hear me?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I have some questions. Thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on down, Chairman Henry, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Good morning to the Speaker Damon. Those in the 24th Navajo Nation Council come. It's not only Tluni in the summer session, they get back here. Adam na che konjunon ke hanaot. Ado kutaya na at hegiban na pana the niti ko Adam na che yakon. Yat na banda hita yakon. There's ani dai ilha. Ado na che yadi yakodo has ani 0091-21 sozigi. Na hot even na che. In the apiade tortile. add a yard na kihit in the diesel bigate add the kihit ko add a be not this ko so abin na che could up the in the out in so the whole jisha club na even na che the ad cases na nishigi health center yoli hagi so up the under the chapter's direction kata the swako the busy the like in situ ban health center hata the toji ko asat the health board halon ko benan the haloti administration a CEO and then administrators hata had that ko benan the coordinator Krigi but she's never the halga quite tinigi towards you later how sogi J add is the day tigi hata adding in that lishako a coina so hata the whole jishako but during the pandemic yada jota go kudoshe nabta these nako even that kudodi hard the lash the not in that song but in hada city and the kako so even that JD concert and hitting there kudovni nabta so the kadawi so the quigoshi partners of kadawi so chapters again in the Albuquerque above the Albuquerque is above no the seems to you but it's ba khayaniki then other so even that kudoshin ya have these aladinle kenasito ban health center J kudom it put up the initial then so joko chata ka in le han sorry ni nadaba na be ko Albuquerque ke tinigi so which that's not that kalande kenasito health center jam so even that kudo di hit out this and question na khaya da di the towards later dik clinics anigi accessory ayun skago doli so even that di ko di quigo she di the chief ba he know chief for day tea like diabetes health clinics psyche psychology that behavioral health that that he thought so the asa can bus ado when hota the hatis uncle ado when that the kodo study the quickly peso bakada alia IHS day the IHS day though started EJ 1.7 million day EJ or could kade ya khanda tene betoni ade I can't business khada ni betoni ko ajo ito hota koka IHS day ado when that the kodo up the peso at the inigi health center using their revenues that they generate through for example Medicaid reimbursement so that they that a chapter of peso local revenues so that they AD even that that the big gasolina last year agni ka the need 3.2 million cares funding based on sorry babi Sunday the adults other waka or wada so even in the out in the anaso that the used to the contractor so stay other than that the contractor kadeya she could be hala no she other Shasina hot ni naso hot a start the construction I found a kade adjutants a health clinic use other but not so can be not this I thought but I initial this still with the initial hold just a cup. Everything was on schedule at Nike. And there are yana the contractor to a tweet needs the fire suppression system yeah. I thought that can be cloud. So the twoggy when as I get to Adi Kailyeho. I don't that because of these standards for testing testing and if it passes the pressure test the enough on Navajo to the next phase of construction. Yeah, Craggy when it's Kahako. The Toban tour when as I get the torture later. So the Kennedy Health Center. They are at the end of the line, Danike. So they told Hadland they other have one the Kushina but go to Hazleho. I don't know the chapter the I don't know so now I could lay at the end of health center. So call it if you're at the end of the line or you pressure at the high the bigger go highly in the this fire suppression unit so it requires a lot of pressure. So even that a crank it about it so that the pressure gets it out of the I thought it not so not so this is right in the middle of construction. Right in the middle of construction put out you but so even in crank the contractor the consultants again. The only solution right now is to build a holding tank above the clinic. Even with a pump, it'd be able to feed the fire suppression unit to be able to sustain enough pressure in case there is a fire. So cost estimate $2 million $2 million even that the Quigoshi say that in all sources card that this was a lot so I even
Hello, speaker, are we still on?
Yes. Chairman Henio, you there? Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio.
I'm back, speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, lost got kicked off the call here. But I have agents. Let me end it real quickly here so give time before I lose signal again. I have 2 agents from Torchile. Chapter President Jimmy Secretero, the Kennesita Health Center, CEO Ms. Cindy Browning, Aji and Dadnish, and they have more information that what I just provided. But they with the $2 million because right in the middle of construction, and the contractor is patiently waiting now, asking the health board, "What do you want me to do? You want me to just cover it up, and so I can keep moving?" Because the contractor has other business to take care of too. Once he's completed with this job and he's on the timeline, and so he's telling the the health center. Let me just move forward. I'll just cover it up. Once you get the money, you guys can tear open the wall again and fix it. And that's not going to work because it's going to be too expensive. Once you go that route, let's say it is not claggy. That's kind of good. And without much delay, because time is money for the contractor, and the contractor, like you said, is patiently waiting. So with this one, let me give the floor to Miss Cindy Browning. Are you on the line?
Good morning. Yes, sir, I am. And I believe President Secretary is on the line as well, if he may go first.
Okay, Senata. President Jimmy Secretary, we're allotted 20 minutes, so I'll yield the time to both of you for the remaining time. President Secretary.
Yes, good morning. You all hear me?
Yes.
Jimmy Secretary, Kudoa. I'm the chapter president and Arnold for 24th Navajo Nation Council. So office of the president, vice president, so staff, so and they went the rock there. So everyone that's online, thank you for listening to us and allowing us to bring our concerns to the council. Legislation as chapter president, I am in full support of our clinic. And our other chapter officials, they're busy this morning doing other things, so they wanted me to convey so that they are in support of the expansion that our clinic is going through. And before I was chapter president, I was on the health board, and I did support it at that time, although Kujanana chapter president. So in that aspect, our clinic is growing. Every day they get requests for new services, but we don't have the capacity building-wise to continue. We started the expansion. And with that, during the COVID, our services even grew larger, requests for services from our Navajo people. And I'm going to jump around a little bit, but from December 2020 to May 2021, our Diné people, our Navajo people, their charts grew, and we acquired 663 new applicants for services during the COVID and even into the year 2021. Of course, that expansion would service even more. So that's why our community is in support of the expansion. And I'm asking the council, Arnold, I know we all talk about helping our people. With this expansion, we can do that because we get the urban people from Albuquerque. We get Kisanis. We get the net people from Gallup calling, can I get in? Can I get a test? Don't lay the Orion, from the Navajo Nation. We have, I don't know how many chapter residents coming over here to acquire services. So with that, I don't want to take up too much time, but I want to turn it over to Ms. Cindy Browning, CEO of the Kennicito Band and Navajo's Health Clinic. So Arnold, thank you for listening to us, and please, would you help support our clinic in what we're trying to do for our people? And I do thank you ahead of time. Cindy Browning.
Thank you, President Secretarial, and thank you, Honorable Councilman Henio. I also want to thank the entire council for this opportunity of presenting information with respect to the legislative bill that's being presented on behalf of our health clinic. A lot of information was already stated by our Councilman Henio and Chapter President Secretarial. I want to add to that a little bit because every day is additional information that we receive, also pushing forward the urgency of this matter. As we mentioned, we went ahead and hit the green light for our expansion, our construction project to go through. We had our funding primarily covered for everything that we needed, as well as anticipating being able to contribute our third-party revenues from this current fiscal year as well to cover any additional rise in cost. However, we did hit the snag in February with respect to our water pressure. As we mentioned, the water comes through the community. It comes from the community well. It goes through residential area first before it comes into our industrial park. The clinic is second to the last. Our Navajo Nation EMS building is the last building to receive water from that line. And in February, when we did some testing before we were going into the design phase of our fire suppression system, we were failing our water pressure test to the capacity of less than half of the required needs of what was recommended and required for state regulations and other regulatory agencies that we must comply with. Just knowing that, we can technically be shut down at any given time by not complying with our compliance testing requirements. So we started working with our chapter officials, started working, exposing water lines, turning valves on and off. There's a lot of different things that tie into the system. We worked with the engineers that designed the water line. And we've been, like I said, working collectively and collaboratively with a lot of different leaders as well as contracted professionals to explore and identify possible solutions as quickly and feasibly as possible. All of those options have failed us. They did some recalculation of the water pressure, and the engineers indicated that we will not meet the pressure required for compliance testing the way the system is currently designed. And so our next option was either drilling a well or putting in this holding tank. It's called a tank and pump house system. Basically, if you have seen behind a lot of the facilities or casinos, you see these large water tanks. The tank will hold 163,000 gallons of water. It will not only just service our clinic, but it'll service our industrial park area where we are scheduled to have a C-store and a substation for the police also put in the next coming year. But primarily, we've got to have this for the clinic to operate. We could put in a smaller system that is just for the clinic, but we're trying to really focus on our expansion and our economic needs here within the community. So we've worked with civil engineers. We've expanded our professional contractors that are working on this fix, and we have our location and everything pretty well ready to go. It's just the funding needs are beyond our capabilities at the present time. And so we're asking for assistance so we can continue our expansion in addition to the rising cost of construction. We were fortunate most of our framing and installs and everything in our construction project was up before a lot of these prices hit, but now we're starting to see these contingencies impacting us as we have to redesign stuff. Our contractors are holding off on our ceiling closures because they can't close it off. We cannot get an occupancy certificate of occupancy until we pass inspections, and those inspections can't be passed until these systems are put in and tested and pass testing. So we're kind of in this little bit of a, no matter which direction we turn, we're at a stopping point. We do have 5 exam rooms. Let me give you a little bit of information about our health clinic. We currently have 5 examination rooms, one which was primarily for our COVID analyzers, or as well as our oxygen tanks. So we were down to 4 exam rooms. With COVID, we really had to expand into an external portable mobile office space. Our expansion, our clinic also has dental pharmacy. We have our examination rooms, we offer podiatry, we offer optometry, we offer audiology. The last 3 are contracted basis on a not daily, but we do have those within our facility. We also have our diabetes program, our CHR program, and our behavioral health program. All these programs will be under one roof with the expansion. We are working on a patient-centered home module, which means once you are within the facility and you're seeing a physician, if you're needing diabetic care, nutrient care, behavioral health care, it's all available to you right at that time. Our expansion will give us a total of 10 examination rooms. We'll double our capability. It'll also add on 4 consultation rooms for whether that is diabetic or behavioral health consultations. And we will have a new audiology system in there. It'll also give us expanded needs for administrative support. We are at capacity with our current facilities. Time, I'm sorry?
Time.
Okay, thank
Chairman
you.
Henio, that concludes your 20 minutes. Chairman Henio.
Speaker.
Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio.
Speaker David, that's our presentation.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, we do have a motion and we do have a second. Let me go ahead and go to the board. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker and colleagues. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for the presentation, Shana, Chair Henio, and also your agents. It's always interesting when you read the legislation and the attachments. It provides information, but then you generate questions based on the information that's provided, and then it always seems to get answered when presentations are made. And that's what happened is I was a little bit worried reading the presentation or the exhibits that you attached to your documents. I was worried because I know that when I went out there to visit, there was talks of the expansion of the C-store and then also the substation that's being proposed at this point with public safety. And reading your legislation and also reading the exhibits, I was a little bit worried about how the water pressure and then also, what you talked about, like with the, reserving your water, how that was going to be affected once the C-store and the substation was put in place. But your agent actually covered that in that information. So at this time, Speaker, my question has been answered. I appreciate it, and I'm going to go ahead and waive the rest of my time. I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on legislation 0091-21?
Speaker. Freeland.
Yes. Well, Freeland.
None of, I don't have a question, but more of a comment. Honorable Henio, Mr. Secretarial, thank you for the presentation. I'm in full support of this legislation. I think it's so important, especially that we give support to our outlying communities, satellite communities, Nosenigi, Tohuajaledo, Alamo, Rema. I know this clinic serves a lot of our Navajo people, urban Navajo, Nosenigi, and Albuquerque. And it's so important. And I really appreciate CBN. I appreciate the health board for helping our urban Navajo population in the city of Albuquerque during this time, especially during COVID. At COVID, I know a lot of our people still go over there for services. So, thank you very much for helping all of our Navajo people, regardless of where they're from. I know there's people from Crown Point. I know there's people from all over that live in Albuquerque. They work there. They have families there, but sometimes they don't go. They don't have health insurance. They don't have private insurance, or sometimes they don't go to First Nations. The only alternative is to go out to Tuajale's, the clinic out there for services. That's why it's so important, and I understand why you're expanding, because the growth is a huge part of it. But I just want to say here in the community and say thank you for taking care of our people in the Albuquerque metro area as well as the community of Tuajale. Thank you very much, Speaker. With that, I actually waived the rest of my time. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Daniel.
Thank you very much. That, moving on down. Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, Che, do not so please so the not the meal so please okay for the question. Maybe a recommendation to fortunately we and so that's one thing. Although the service community support service. And I'm not sure how many veterans lives within the community of Torchile. And then the development the kid or or how many of them have to go to the local veterans hospital or clinic. What's the plan that with this expansion that the healthcare right, because I've dropped legislation to continue to request the federal government to have direct service to the Navajo Nation. So, todo antes todo llego, ayer que todo llego y todo yeah, this is a general population, which is good. I don't have a problem with that. But there's other service that we know. We allow Donna, one of our colleagues, has indicated that allowing the federal government not to do not much on behalf of Navajo people. So the whole issue is done. Washington, no yada so that intake or such no ya had the hotel had been what's the overall input by the IHS. They have a report by so Arjun Hayat in that the about just case for huge and I don't have a problem with that. Just the fact that a lot of times we're supplementing a lot of these state or the programs or the Congress supplementing their thank you. So in that veterans service. I could also observe the rest of my time.
1 minute 43 seconds on Bakiam. That let me go on down. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Speaker. Stayed Arin the Quado Shanat Ahmushanigi Quado 24th Navajo Nation Council Quado. Yeah, Arin the Quado, my brother Quado, that Chairman Henyo. Thank you for bringing this legislation before the council. Quado Nanga summer session Craigie. The jingle equal just Craigie. Aron Nana Quado. I fully support this legislation Quado. The adult Quado Neda. Quado and not the Shinigami great 23rd Council Heads Committee. Just a Shanan is just Hashla. Ko ada it had a decay. We go back in the whole day, could on a great as they in the Arjun niche. Arjun has Anigi. We yell back in the whole day. These are satellite communities. Fortunately, Aro Alamo, this for Aro in the great Rama, Gotchen. We yell back in the called years and great just like Western Agency, which is a great here in Honel. So that's called the Onanshan, base of that's called the Onanshan Arjun. Out, you about one. So I don't understand now this is 23rd Council. Law and Order Committee. Ajitra Nasata Shananish Nanishla. Ako Arit Hadati Kaisho Sala Ajit Anigi Edo Yego Ben Hoti. Wata Yego Bapan Senaco. Aronanak Aquanana Resources and Development Committee, 24th Council. Koshanana Shatahin Senko. Go Aya Ashkona Loib Bapan Sen Adanaz Ande. Aronana Kodo. Additionally, as that or .net or could have been big deep station for you. Could on the great action and Shanigi go add on the cat, could on the great best dealers in the Adden house add in the cat, though Aronan and the great down. This was a carja Ajasto, Nessa Kid had go and he hit the net that so each how that Ada to each how better need Ada. I don't hear that Yaki dashed. So I don't know the church and out. So I see that because with all these satellite communities, the chapters, I don't let your kid again. Then I don't net that could also be any cases could on the as a Western agency delegate could all that. I see many cases could all. So Mr. Speaker, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. Let me go on down. Paul Begay. Paul Begay, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council. We have issues all over the Navajo Nation. And as a Committee of Health, Education, Human Services, I traveled one day from the furthest western part of the reservation all the way to the furthest of the eastern part for a meeting. Took me 7 hours. It gave me a good idea of how big our land is, 27,000 square miles. I look at those people on the Behata Isigita. Ila Dosha the net that Elanson, Nash Inca. We're no different. When you really talk about difference, the only difference I see is they really like hot chili, and I don't over here in Arizona. But in any case, that's okay. We should not let or delay projects that are already in progress. That's a way of helping our people. I support this legislation. Honorable Delegate Jamie Hinyo, but Lingo, or Shannon Lingo, look at the Lingo. She ate me as a tradition, the net. But so ni hashtag the net. We're all one people. The New Mexico, you're told how Zoki, a teen, the adult, Nishigi, the Kayapakat on Nishigi. They have a lot of obstacles, checkerboard areas, all these different land issues, jurisdiction issues. The court, go between the husband on the shingle. We need to support them. But I will vote green on this legislation. Yeah, Speaker, I'll wait the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul Begay, moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable
Good
Yellowhair.
morning. Good morning, Yate Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, Yate. National 24 Councilman. Jimmy Yellowhair, Jim Bagare. Shito, Chehacho Pahalo. I joined the district branch back in 1985. Second year that I was been a year with the district branch. We put up a court up there. The first court was ever made the building in Canyon City. With my immediate supervisor, Mr. Edward D. Martin, with opportunity on the court, out of court, Cushing out of seat, Mr. Secretary, I don't know if you still remember me, Jimmy Yellowhill, out on that corner. I have done it because all legislation he did, so James Henny, the Nebayan Tiki, especially with this health issue. The healthy expansion in Lanky, that's important for this project. Because she, not the kid, that's very obvious. We need to help our community up there. Because she has spent 28 years with judicial, and now I think we need it supported. And his thousand should not on it. According to the Johnson. Let's just cease the begging. Abahazani hotel that is not like in a hotel. Let's vote Speaker take care of this for the community up there. Let's not take too much time on this legislation like we did the past 3 days. Your consideration is very important for the people out there. 24 Navajo Nation Council. I want to talk about station should not 24 councilman. Let's vote green. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. With that, moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay. Then I'll go back to you, Chairman. Yes, good morning.
Members of the Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Hinio, your community out in Canyon City, to have that, I guess, very important issue we have with water. So we know that across the Navajo Nation, water is very essential and it's very necessity for this part of our life. They say that water, river is our sovereignty. I think it does other subdivisions so Nate answer so even I have the same situation in this case with this Telecom Medical Center. And we know that there was appropriation that was made by the federal government, $120 million for the construction of Telecom Medical Center. And then there's $35 million for infrastructure to have a water here. But right now, like Jason and Water Management and other NTA reported, IHS reported yesterday saying that the water that was dependable, that was proposed for construction, and then to have that Telecom loop lateral water line project. Right now, it's unfeasible because of the water quality changed it. So it's really people might say that that the drilled well is good, but the wells are not here because I've been with water resource for almost 20 years ago. A lot of wells we lost to it was due to the concentration of some nitrate that so there's not much we can do to try to purify that.
water in that area. Even now, it drilled the wells about how long today, people say that surface water is, I think, this discontent that Lindon that the Nagi, I think it is. So even though so you know that we from the southwest part of the reservation, downtown and all the surrounding chapters, we are in need of water. So something quality water, potable water, so I know how the Canecito and my brother Hinio and Nenegis we need that water for development. So right now we don't have no water for this Telecom Medical Center, so we cannot have that water. The water that's here right now with this community that's reserved for the development for right now, the current development here. We add the medical center and put that storage tank, 230,000 gallon storage tank that's being developed, that's being constructed. So right now we need $5 million to improve the water from the water system from Greasewood, from that water line to reline and do some improvement from 4-inch pipe to 12-inch pipes. That's how much we need. And so, but the deadline is December. Construction will be completed. We're afraid that we might not even have enough water for this facility. So I really think that water is very, very, very important to any construction. So in those I feel for them. I feel for the community of Canecito. So so that's what I want to mention this morning, Speaker. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me go back to Chairman Haney.
Again, Speaker Damon. National 24th Navajo Nation Council needs National Anida Nasenigi Konda. Out of back here, and Junior, all the support, support that for the community and this issue that we have here. Just one question that came out as a check. Delegate KL McGay, mentioned I could barely hear him. It's kind of going in and out, but I'm hoping that President Jimmy Secretarial, it had something to do with veterans and the veteran population and the community of Tojile, and then also with IHS and the federal government support. And as I mentioned earlier, that and syndicate probably answer that is how much support do we get from IHS on this project here? And so Cindy can answer that, but I'll yield the floor to President Secretarial first, as far as the veterans within the community and the veteran population, and also the how they are being assisted from the clinic and also maybe from the VA for the health issues that Haggis. And because President Secretarial is the secretary for the Veterans Service, the local veterans command there. So, President Secretarial.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Jamie. Yeah, in on the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So, as to the veterans, I do sit as the Secretary Treasurer for the Veterans Organization. So, although I'm a Gold Star parent. I lost my son back in 2011, getting ready for going to Afghanistan. Called Kwagi. That's how I became a Gold Star parent. And I do Thank you for all the support for veterans. As to veteran services, as far as my understanding, we do have an agreement with veteran services out of Albuquerque or wherever they get their services to have them come here and get direct services, and then we bill veteran services out of Albuquerque. That's per my understanding of that service. And right now, I believe Tohadale has a veteran population of, last count, I believe was 109. But with that, with our local veteran organization, we have approximately 20 to 30 active veterans here that come to our meetings. So I believe Cindy can do a little bit more enlightening on the services, and with IHS, I'll go ahead and turn that over to her to answer those other questions. Go ahead, Cindy.
Thank you again. So for this project, our project is a $3.97 million project before the water issue. We received a small ambulatory grant from IHS for $1.8 million, and the remaining amount is coming out of our budget for our third-party revenue. Thank you.
Chairman, does that conclude your response?
That was my response. If anybody has anything that I did not address, please re-ask the question. I will be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to the board. I do have Vice Chair Smith in the queue.
Good morning, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening abroad in Canyoncito Band of Navajos Health Center, to Hajile officials. My question is the under page 5 of 5, line 1 through 4. It says citizens shall be reimbursed and any funds appropriate state and federal sources, including congressional appropriations under the American Rescue Plan Act. The reason why I say that is because I know New Mexico is really helpful. And how do we know New Mexico, and how do we decipher that, and who's going to be monitoring that? Should New Mexico grant dollars to this project? That's my question, Speaker, to maybe DOJ or either our legislative chief counsel, because every year they appropriate funds, and in here it has a plethora of state, federal, and congressional appropriation. Wondering if how that's going to be monitored and how that's going to be in place, and will the chapter be notifying us and letting us know that there is funding that's being provided for the expansion of this request on the emergency? I reserve my time.
2 minutes, 58 seconds. We'll go back to Chairman Henio. And if there's more further clarity from Ms. Barbara. Chairman Henio.
Thank you. Speaker Damon. As stated in the presentation earlier, the $2 million that we have here before us
on legislation is for the water expansion, for the water, for the fire suppression unit only, to build the holding tank and with a pump house to service the industrial area, which is part of the clinic, and to meet the fire suppression codes. So, and therefore, Ms. Browning, if you would please reiterate your efforts to contact other sources of funding and what the responses were, and pretty much that this is something that has already been explored. But Ms. Browning?
Thank you, Mr. Henio, Councilman Henio. So at this point, we have started with Navajo Nation after requesting the funds from IHS. We were told that because we already had funds on the one project, we didn't qualify for additional funding on this particular project. So our next recommendation from the board, as well as discussion with others throughout the community, was to reach out to Navajo Nation, as this is part of Navajo Nation healthcare systems and providing services for the Dene people. I have not reached out to the state of New Mexico yet. If that's something we need to pursue, this was an emergency use, and so it was recommended that there was funding throughout various funding sources within Navajo Nation to try to push this through and request it first, because throughout the state of New Mexico, most of those projects are on various levels, design and then installation or there's multiple levels, and it's a multi-year process for requesting a lot of those funds. So in short, I have not requested anything from the state of New Mexico at this time.
Thank you. Thank
you.
I don't have anybody. Oh, Chairman Henio, does that conclude your response?
Speaker Damon,
yes, yes, Mr. To Speaker Damon. So again, Vice Chair Smith. This is Navajo Nation. To answer your question, is that when the funds are replenished by ARPA, it'll only be Navajo Nation. We're not looking towards the state at this present time. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me move on down. On Bahalona.
Oh, yes. Good morning, sir. And my colleagues on 24th Navajo Nation Council, good morning. All those who are listening on the phone. And Jamie, this is a decent legislation. The question I had on that is, you guys are under IHS still, and is there any plans? Are you guys thinking about doing, trying to get a 638 contract? Is there any plans for that down the road, or are you just going to stay with where you're at with a single IHS and keep moving forward there? That's my question there. I just want to find out if you had any plans for that to do 638, or are you a 638 House bill yet? Speaker?
Speaker and Councilman Henio.
With that, Honorable
Hold on.
Gay, going back to reserve time, 1 minute, 43 seconds.
Speaker, can you hear me? Some people were saying that they can't hear me.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Could those responding to some part, I'm asking, the Ecuador 630 contract, is it possible to change the name of the 630 contract? Because can you teach a band of Navajo, Wakaba, the Navajo Nation official called the community tour today? That's one. Other veteran community, I did get some response, but not fully of how they plan to implement the program. Now, this is a 638 contract, Shananda. Again, I always say this is just a general statement to the Full Navajo Nation Council. You know that I try to develop legislation for those that need that. So they could do 630 contract negotiating team. These are some of the reasons because 630 contract is just accept funding when they're not based on Canada. Just a corner to say that, well, you don't approve it, you know, get any funding. But before that, auto time it didn't have to put it yet. It doesn't yet next week. And then take down the Facebook process. Not able to find yet to net. So if we have that privilege to actually negotiate these security contracts, I believe that we can have a lot of funding directly to the Navajo Nation. Otherwise, we're just being told this is how much. So that's one thing. Security contract that is increase contract. So that speaker,
Time. Thank you. We go back to Chairman Henio for those two questions from Honorable Halona and Honorable Kielmge.
So to speak today, mentioning the 24th Navigation Council and the two questions regarding 638 and also the name of the health center. I believe, like you said earlier in my presentation, that this is a local community hospital that the local chapter leadership and membership had as part of their endeavors. So in the community of Tohojile, there are people that recognize the community by its Navajo name, which is Tohojile. But then there are certain that still refer to the community as Canancito. So I believe that's how this name came about, is a local decision of how they wanted to name their local community hospital. But if I am wrong, please help me, Shananta, President Secretarial, but and then Ms. Browning also. But I'll yield the floor to Ms. Browning to answer the questions regarding the 638 issues with the questions from Delegate Halona and also Delegate Kielmge as far as these questions surrounding the 638 and then also how we move forward with that. Ms. Browning?
Thank you, Councilman Henio. Yes, we are a 638. We exercised the 638 law on July 1st of 2016. So we are still growing in those efforts of exercising our 638 law. We will be asking for some additional support in our upcoming contract. However, right now where we're at with this current project and the current state of emergency we're in, we are not in the middle of those negotiation terms at the moment. So again, why we're here presenting to the Navajo Nation Council. And I believe that answers all the questions. If not, please restate the question so I can address it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Browning. And President Secretarial, regarding the name of the hospital and how it came about to be Canancito Health Center.
Yeah, Inanna, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for the question. As to the name change, back in February 1999, the Canancito School, the upperclassmen wanted to do an experiment. What would it take to change our Canancito Band and Navajo name to the traditional Navajo language? How what would it take? So they did a survey. They wrote up a petition to the Canyoncito officials at that time, and then they brought a resolution. The Canyoncito Band of Navajos passed a resolution, CBN 9902-16316, and requested Canyoncito membership to pass that resolution to change the name from Canyoncito Band of Navajos to Tohajale. And at that time, it did pass on February 16th, 1999. The Tohajale or Canyoncito Band of Navajos passed that resolution. And at that time, the chapter president was Tony Secretero, Otto Nora J. Morris, a vice president, and Genevieve Piazza, a secretary treasurer. Otto council delegate, Don A. Lawrence Patero. And then Otto, it went to the council. Back, it says resolution of the Navajo Nation Council, CMA 2099. They addressed it, went over it, and they did pass a resolution to have the name changed. It was changed on March 5th, 1999. 71 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 abstained. And Edward T. Morgan was the speaker at that time. Of course, that's how the name got changed from Canyoncito Band and Navajos to Tohajale. But as Council Delegate Honorable Council Henio said, you know, some people are older residents, so I still refer to our community as Canyoncito. But the legal name is Tohajale Canyoncito. Instead of Canyoncito, it's called Tohajale. If there's any other questions that my response to the name change, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, President Secretary Oshinanta. With that, I yield the floor back to the speaker.
Thank you very much. We go ahead and continue on down. Then I don't have anybody else in the queue. I do have reserved time though. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 58 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, and also Chair Henio for this legislation. I'm looking at the Healthcare Center memo, the CBNHC-2105294, and now therefore be resolved under number 1, Navajo Nation to fund a fire protection system modification to ensure the protection and safety of property and personnel. The question is, doesn't BIA help with the fire suppression and make sure that there is sufficient? I mean, that's their trust responsibility under 638. The other one is Navajo Nation has a fire department. Are they have funds too. They bought fire trucks, and the fire trucks are out there at the various fire districts. Could that be also utilized to maybe get funds from them? I reserve my time.
Thank you. That reserve time at 1 minute, 52 seconds. Anybody else in the queue? So let me go back to you, Chairman. Chairman Henio for a response.
Okay, now to the Speaker David Shinanta, 24th Navajo Nation Council. And reference to the question is that, like I stated earlier in our presentation, that we're right in the middle of a construction. And therefore, the immediate need is to seek funding that where money could be readily available without jumping through too many hoops, so to speak. And therefore, that's why the community, when we had a meeting, we discussed the different sources. And it seemed like the quickest way to get the funding was through the Navajo Nation Council, and utilizing the citizen money. But at the same time, with the clause in there that ARPA, we're still waiting for ARPA with the expenditure plan, which is probably several days away. Therefore, I decided that I could sponsor legislation to utilize the citizen funding, which will be readily available for $2 million. And therefore, that's what we're moving forward with now. And so that's my response. Yeah, no.
Thank you very much. With that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. We'll go back to reserve time. Commissioner Smith, 1 minute, 52 seconds. Commissioner Smith, 1 minute, 52 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve your time, 1 minute, 49 seconds. That, I don't know anybody else in the queue. Yes.
Did you get my text?
Oh, I have not received a text. Have you received a text?
I'm trying to get into it.
Nobody has received a text from Honorable Eugene So. Are
Put
you
me in the
wanting to be in the
queue,
queue? Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
Okay, sure. A few questions with regards to maybe Dana. With regards to 638 contract. As I recall, a few years back when the Navajo Nation Council when they were resource committee, the last resolution that they approved, as I recall, was 638 hospital across the Navajo Nation. I believe it was Winslow, Tuba City, Fort Defiance. I think it was Crown Point and Gallup or something. All those areas was re-approved for 638 contract they were requesting for the hospital. At the time, there was a language that was in there that whoever is giving the 638 contract wants to land with it. That's in order for them to do the contract. That's my first question. Does it go with the land, wherever the hospital might be? The second one, reorganize Indian tribes, I guess is what they call, or an act. And that second question is the Navajo Nation part of this reorganized act. And then if yes, what act was passed again afterwards? That put us into reorganize and that act with other tribes. My third question, what is a band of Indians? Where does that interpret from? I would like to know. Are we Navajo Nation over here also a band of Indians in the main reservation? That's my question. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Got 2 minutes, 54 seconds. Go to Miss Barbara.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Dana Bobrock, Chief Legislative Counsel. As always, I appreciate Delegate Eugene So's questions. I can answer some of them. One of them in particular, I'll need some time to research. One thing, but let's start off. First off, what we call the satellite reservations, but essentially Chahajale, Rema, Alamo. Those are under the Albuquerque region of the IHS, as opposed to the big Navajo reservations, health centers. Those fall under the Navajo region. So things are somewhat different for Canyon, what they're calling the Canyoncito Clinic. That comes out of the Albuquerque region, that type of funding, as opposed to the Navajo region for Shiprock, Crown Points, etc. There is not a requirement for 638 contracting that the underlying land belong to the hospital or the clinic. What they do have to have, however, is some type of use agreements. That could be a lease, that could be land withdrawn for them, various entities, various options that way. I am not sure, I do not have the knowledge of actually the land underlying this clinic, but I don't, we can certainly find that out, but I don't have that information at my hands right now. But that question really does not affect this legislation. That, I guess, is the word that I'm looking for. The funding can still be provided to the clinic. As the next question was, Delegate So asked, was about the Reorganization Act, and I believe where the satellite reservations fell into that. I want to do some research. Delegate So also asked a question that there's been lots of various types of legal research done on, and so I'm going to certainly open the door for DOJ to add anything. But the question is, where do the question is whether Chahajale, Rema, Alamo are separate from the Navajo Nation. I think that's what the question is. The Navajo Nation's position is that the Chahajale, Alamo, Rema, they are absolutely part of the Navajo Nation. Certainly there are some federal I can't think of the word I'm wanting, but there are some intricacies with how their reservations or their areas were established, for example, by executive order and set aside for the Canyoncito Band. That's what it was called at the time. But that does not remove them from being part of the Navajo Nation. So with that, I'm going to stop and ask DOJ if they want to add anything. Thank you, Speaker.
Department of Justice.
Good morning, Speaker Damon. This is Edra from the Tax and Finance Unit. At this time, DOJ does not have anything to add. I have reached out to our colleagues in the Human Services and Government Unit, and if they provide any information that would be pertinent to this discussion, I will certainly let you and the rest of the delegates know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. At this time, I don't have anybody else with reserve time or in the queue. Never mind. Chairman Daniel, so floor is yours.
Cecilia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the teleconference floor, Cecilia. To 24th Navajo Nation Council. Such Honorable Chair Hino, the folks from Canyon Sito, Tojile. Oyo Quaggy, members of the council, Oyo Oshitnan Quaggy, Econ, Biga Hebel Hador Chido Quaggy, Obcha, Natana Halven, Abahat Ade, Nleden Il De, O Canyon Sito, Alamo, Rima, Epis Yahanetja. I don't baseball so undan Leniki. Don't a quaggy 24 the Unliago, a Asayanaga ila. Oh, yes, they're part of the what we call the Navajo Nation. If you're thinking about Treaty of 1868, that's that little square. And everybody outside that square isn't part of the Treaty of 1868. Eastern Navajo, originally, we had Executive Order 709. We still have Indian country jurisdiction. Health, education, public safety, judicial services go out that far. A quacky. How do I done a 638 contract? Yeah, she done it with the board maintaining the IHS contract. This construction contract, build and expand on the health center. Azovik at Oski. Hey, Hegi, I thought. So I thought she thought up at the health center that yet. So a needy ajo degi ada. So quacky. Sato anahot it. Quacky. The well will yaki. So a line toy order. Le cojo housing, ajo a personal law, ilne quacky. Sato fire suppression inside the health center sprinkler system. It needs certain pressure. Because the current system doesn't have that pressure and capacity. Rather than drilling a new well, so a cistern that's the remedy. What are you kidding? What are you not? Ninat a cloud or need. Ado a nak the meal and Craigie by the lecture. Ne at Elodovic at the King. At Ada on son. Codon hints, so yet none kada. Zoya, but the Nebukadicha. Add up and nature eto, contractor eto. The Nisio Senigi to Nehuido Lichta. Ahush a Juno a right at the start, for Job didn't own Nish. Joe Acada non Nisho a to. I seen so she at up, but kissing long she a Nayo Kato. A quaggy has robe on so case. Then I dash one the quaggy. Oh, deal not a place. Bala. So in the Rio Rancho, Albuquerque. La the chita has na. The what I keep it not the Inish. The quidger. Can't cut the seed. Kansas City to Chita. What a lesson and I.
Thank
you. Thank you for the time.
That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. Go back to reserve time. Commissioner Smith, 1 minute 49 seconds.
Okay, last speaker though, base my son, not so cool. Don't should I. You should get to had for the educational purposes. And I don't have any questions. I think I understand what's going on. It's just the fact that the United Kid, they are and although by now children, they've been not your bit. United Kid, be so okay, yeah, now I'll go ahead and defer my time. And thank you.
That, colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 2 minutes 54 seconds.
Hey, yeah, that's a chain. All streets on that's Chilina. The executive order, need I even to get a chose in my Halona. Homesite this trade it is an executive order or easy go president change it or listening to snow. Number two, I just don't want to be gotten wrong because I'm not against this legislation. My question is, I don't want Congress to have authority over the Navajo Nation regards to land which that they use within the 638 or reorganized tribe and band of Indians. And also the states also maneuver us in regards to that. School out of the county, the state, the city limits, out of economic, out of hospitals, out of that. Of course, we have to go there. There's no way we can't go there. We need something. That's why they have the city. Your land, which is out of me. Yeah, so I thought it's all late enough that are not the don't so it I even get in this kitchen 638 638 contract quickly be special area I need that only if we are in the contract. So we don't want to get into a breach of contract. So they all get top department what that's because water was sent out on east on the Nedo East they have their own contract with the government. Put on that even not go in just kid. So yeah, so I am for the legislation. Voting green. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene So. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, I did
Oh.
very much. So I did coaching could also say there's onion so and hold the store now to give go so oban sakesi go is ane ganzen ya sitin in ya body بدحديد is leaning كان داخل عجبه أزيل عجبه at least يات دوت 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 هيجي عجبه أو كدوي أنا هذه إنان ليني أنا هذه ذات هيجي ما هتشكيلولي طبعا يشكيلولي أنا I do feel that I support this legislation. On the Navajo local projects, just a recommendation to the body is that I think, Speaker, a lot of these questions and what Honorable Daniel So alluded to, talking about the fire suppression and so forth. I truly think that we need to get a 101 session for the delegates to understand how projects go through the process and things like that. So that onsen, I don't know. Just don't think they understand the project process. But and I think we need to get a project process 101 for the delegates so that they understand what entails of a project, so that we're going round and around in circles trying to fight our tails. The architect, the engineering, the A&E, Ado ada so peso company ado ada bakade da ya do da nish akonde de le na ke iniki go be inna ike ya inna nasi do da nada do kas she been ever chant in now but I need go I do support that, and yes, we do have our children New Mexico, UNM did also even at Mississippi. Also going to Santa Fe Indian School. Also in our families that are out there who Honorable So spoke of that are living in Rio Rancho in the suburb of Albuquerque. So they are natty. That's not I'm not going to stand in your way, Honorable Henio. Natty, not seen but I natty. I don't. That's not a huge amount. It's a modest amount, and I think it's some that we can appropriate. And I just another so I don't know shot at it. Oh, but I know I and I what a chaos of land status. Oh, but I to surge the body of the Navajo Council to vote green on this legislation and send it across and see what happens. If it's signed into law, it's signed into law. If it's not, it's not. Oh, but Zago Bani yeah, so move forth and vote. They do it. Sure, and serve my time.
That, colleagues, about to use up your whole 5 minutes. Moving on down, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Nobody else with reserved time. If there's no other comments, questions.
Yeah, we get James here.
Uncle James.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council and audience. In regards to this legislation, I brought it up at Navajo. How am I different? How is the notified district different from this legislation? Yesterday, I think my Honorable Raymond Smith brought up the issue. So in regards to bully and getting put down, and I feel like that's what has happened to Ganado Fire District legislation. But then again, I think about it again and tell myself, you know what? Once we look at these committees, you see the majority of committee members on RDC majority of the committee members on HESI, Budget and Finance Committee, and then LOC. There's only 4 of us. So once one of these committees all get together, then that happens. So Akwa'iki, Shibe Khan, and I really am going to continuously keep bringing up this Ganado Fire District because it served more than 12 different chapters. The Ganado Fire District legislation was to assist families and individuals and workers or staff, frontline workers at the community level. And it assisted many different other of my colleagues within their chapters. And still yet, that it was just not voted on. And I continuously have an issue with it. And it's like, what has happened to us council? What did we do wrong? So maybe that way there's not too many questions. And we tell ourselves that, we are here for the people, we do it for the Navajo Nation. So a Bonds' case, and I continuously say, Ganado and the 4 chapters are very nice chapters on the Ndahasteo, on Hitch, and a whole day. They shin Han see case to little. Nana Gishin Jashin Hana don't need to put echo. But other than that, I believe that we are a split council, and we continue to bring in all of these different issues within each of the legislation, which is improvement for each community, for each delegate to the area. So I don't see the difference of why the Ganado Fire District was not approved. And it was requesting the same amount as what Honorable Jamie Henio is requesting for. And there's a lot to it that I have questions. And when it comes to Navajo historical preservation, have they already done a survey of this area? Because once a burial site or an archaeologist site, Navajo historical preservation comes in and puts a stop to projects. And that's the case with us over here regarding N15. Millions and millions of dollars is sitting there, and we heard the same thing from Jason John yesterday. There's projects that are there that continuously to be put to a stop because of historical preservation, grazing permit holders, whatever it is. The project stops and funding just sits there. So has Navajo historical preservation surveyed the project area. Reserve my time. Thank you.
103. 1 minute, 30 seconds on reserve time. Go back to Chairman Henio. Response.
Speaker, can you put me in the queue box, please?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Shananta, Speaker Damon. The Shananta 24th Navajo Nation Council. As far as land status is concerned, Eastern Navajo is very, very unique. It's not all trust land there. Please understand that, Shananta. That Eastern Navajo, we are not all one big property that's labeled trust land. There's allotted land. There's fee land, individual fee land, and then with the satellite communities, there is special recognition from the federal government. I think it goes all the way back to the 1940s, where they were given land for the beneficial use of the band of Navajo Indians, as they were called back then. And so is called band land. Rama band land, Alamo band land, and this one's still on the federal books as Kenocito band land, CBN land. And with this land, it falls under the control of the Navajo local Navajo chapter, which is the Tohajili community. And then with BIA, Eastern Navajo Agency, BIA, they have the approval authority. So in a sense, what we're talking about here is that this land that the clinic currently sits on, and it has withdrawn as an industrial area. So currently there is a clinic there, Aitaria, an EMS station, Aitaria. So the question of has this gone through historical preservation is not really relevant in the way I see it, because it's just building onto an existing piece of property, real estate, which is the building. And I thought back then, when if it was an issue, then the clinic wouldn't be sitting there. And therefore, that's my response. Speaker David.
Thank you very much. That, moving down, Chairman Yazzie, where's yours?
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's still online on this legislation that Chairman Henio has. I've been hearing a lot on legislations and us saying, of course, it's for our people and for our community area, which we honestly believe and still stand strong with. And I know we got a lot of work that we need to do, and we're thinking of the Gallup Indian Medical Center too as well, and with the support of the council and IHS, hopefully that will continue to move forward as well. But I do support this legislation, I remember when several years ago, when we were advocating for the Rue Clinic, there was no clinic at the Rue, and we just kept on and on. So, Mr. James, don't give up on your legislations. Just keep doing it, and eventually it'll move forward. And so, Speaker, would like to go ahead and make the motion to seize the debate, sir, on this legislation.
Second that motion, Chair.
One, two, three, four, 6, 7, 8, 9, 14. 14. How many do you have? Oh, shoot.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Before I recognize this recommendation to cease debate. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. It was my understanding that Delegate James was the only person with reserved time, and there were no other speakers after Delegate Yazzie. So my question is if that's still the case, because then we could just see if people wanted to exhaust their time and then move forward with the vote instead of two votes.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Vice Chair Slater, that's what was going to be the follow-up. We've been debating this. I have 13 colleagues debate this for hour and 54 minutes. And as of right now, Honorable Vince James is the only one. So I'm going to go to Honorable Vince James, see if he wants to waive his time. If not, I'll recognize the cease debate, because at this time, there's no one that's publicly spoke against this legislation. All 13 members have questions, but no one has publicly stated that they will not vote against this legislation. Honorable Vince James, 1 minute, 3 seconds. Or would you like to waive your time?
Yeah, it's another speaker, not the members of the council, although the audience no Shaniki. There is several other questions, but I'll go ahead and just waive my time and let's just get on to voting. Thank you.
That, colleagues, if nobody else in the queue, no one else has reserved time, let's go to the board on legislation 0091-21 on the main motion.
Speaker, is that the piece of paper?
Oh, this is on the main motion.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Canal Halona.
All votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Delegate Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote two, Shishel.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. does not vote. Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty.
Shema Delegate Amber Knussbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you. That, colleagues, 23 in favor. Zero opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, legislation 0091-21 carried on the main motion. That legislation goes across the street for final authority recommendation for the president to sign the legislation into law. That, colleagues, moving on down is
Point of order, Speaker. Keelan.
Point of order. Honorable Keelan Begay, what is your point of order?
Speaker, let me know if it is a point of order. Based on the discussion, the proceeding that we're having right now, this week, we have the first session, which is scheduled all week, every day. But with the proceeding, we're being told indirectly that legislation should be understandable, is clearly stated, which we shouldn't be able to even ask a question. And that's the pressure that I'm getting from my colleague. So what does the policy say that just because that things should, legislation shouldn't be even asked a question, or each of the delegates shouldn't even ask a question just because that it is an issue dealing with the Navajo Nation. But yet, all these questions that we pose at time were being, looked down as being that we're children and we don't have an understanding of what's being discussed. So, napane tahaki sato pana itikit ako ilahit ego kodot o jopahosen ni go osh need we just don't even ask a question and just go straight into voting. Akot ego gosh akot ash pa kay speaker. So I believe I have every right to 5 minutes and on all legislation and amendment. Because every time that I speak or make a statement or make a comment, it's always that I have a response from my other colleague of that, of me being questioned. So, Speaker, that's my point of order.
Honorable Keelan Begay, I didn't notice any of the colleagues while you were sitting here this morning advising you not to speak. I didn't hear that. Vice Chair Smith's shaking his head that he did hear that. I didn't hear that over here. Rule 11 says that on the debate under Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order that you do have 5 minutes, and the Navajo Nation Council delegate shall not be denied an opportunity to debate an issue, nor request by another delegate to debate on a legislation or issue before the council. So, on Keelan Begay, per Rule 11 under Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, you have 5 minutes to debate every item, and that includes every motion. And that motion may include an amendment, 2 amendments, 3 amendments, 4 amendments. As long as it's a new motion, you have 5 minutes. No delegate shall be recognized that wants a debate is on the same issue, though, except if the delegate expressly reserves a part of his or her 5 minutes for rebuttal to answer a question. So, colleagues, the only time that we don't have a right to ask any questions is on, again, Rule 11, when there's a veto override. There shall be no debate on that, and it goes straight to the main motion for a vote. So, Honorable Keelan Begay, according to Rule 11, you have every right to answer questions up to 5 minutes. And in the last legislation, there was 13 colleagues that spoke, and all of them used up all their time. So I don't know, colleagues, if anyone else of those 13 delegates are being told not to speak on legislation 0065-21. There was 14 colleagues on the main motion that spoke. All of them spoke with their 5 minutes. I don't know, any of you colleagues have been told not to speak on Amendment 1 on legislation 0065-21. There was 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 delegates who spoke on Amendment 1. And I'm not too sure if any of you colleagues were told not to speak or recommendations not to speak from any of your colleagues. I haven't seen anybody say that you're not able to speak on Buchanan Brigade. This is the first time that's being brought up. So but according to Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 11 on Buchanan Brigade, you have 5 minutes on every motion. That, moving on down.
Speaker, Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So.
Your question, are you questioning us if whoever we're not spoken, we're not allowed to speak?
No, Honorable Keelan Begay is stating that he is getting pressured from colleagues not to speak. And I'm clarifying that on the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 11 states that every delegate has the right to speak on every motion. And at Navajo Nation Council, you have up to 5 minutes on every single subject or motion.
Point of order. This is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I believe you're doing a wonderful job, and I believe we're in order. So let's proceed with that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, continuing on.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate Delegate Keelan Begay bringing up the concern. I think, Speaker, if we did not hear, I think we should give, or if you could create a space where we could discuss as delegates how others are either feeling or interpreting. I think it's valuable that the delegate raised the issue, and I also think this is a good opportunity for council to understand why. I mean, there's a reason why the issue was raised, and in my experience, Speaker, I think that should be discussed maybe if you could create that opportunity for delegates to discuss what are some of the challenges they're facing, and that could help you in terms of how we're moving along with the meeting. I just don't want to discount the concern that was raised, and I would just like to know how we can move forward to understand, process it, and then we can do better as a council, and making sure that this council is a place where everyone feels they can use their time and that they can advocate for their communities. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the recommendation, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. I do believe that we can set that up and other recommendations, and I will make sure if there's any recommendations to change to, we can have us legislative services to there in the meeting if there's anything that we need to do to amend any of the rules of order or anything that's entitled to. Thank you. That colleague, point of privilege, Honorable point of privilege. Yes, Honorable Eugene So.
I think we need to discuss further, but not at this meeting, but that there is a language that was used. I think that's regards to what we are conferring to now, saying that we need to take 101 of being a council delegate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, we will set that time up for that recommendation, Honorable Eugene. So with that, colleagues, thank you, Honorable Keelan McGee, and thank you, Honorable Eugene. So Madam Chair Amber Crotty for raising that and that recommendation. Moving on down, colleagues. And if you're just joining us on the World Wide Web or joining in right now, the last couple minutes, we just concluded on legislation 0091-21. That legislation was passed by 23 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting. And we are continuing on down on our agenda. We are on item number C of our new business. Item number C is legislation 0110-21. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Slater, co-sponsored by, you want? Okay, well, from there, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Rico. Mr. Rico, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0110-21, an action relating to budget and finance and Navajo committees and Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund and the expenditure authorization process thereunder, waiving certain provisions of the Navajo Nation Appropriations Act, amending 12 NNC Section 334 to authorize emergency procurements, authorizing reimbursement of the Citizen Fund and undesignated unreserved fund balance, authorizing central support and regulatory costs funding, authorizing funding to complete defunded Navajo Nation CARES Fund expenditure plans, authorizing the establishment of a Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund office within the Office of the President and Vice President. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., and co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. There are committee reports from the Budget and Finance Committee and the Nabakiete Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee recommended do pass without amendment. The Nabakiete Committee recommended pass and refer to Navajo Nation Council. There are no amendments. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, we have a motion by Honorable Paul Begay. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Edison Wanika. Colleagues. Anybody else in the queue?
I've got a question, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Question, Daniel So.
Moving on down, then Honorable Slater. You have 20 minutes on the board. And then I have Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Chairman Daniel So in the queue. Vice Chair, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, are we still on?
Yes. Just waiting for Vice Chair Slater to, I think his call might have dropped.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, we can.
Can you hear me now, Speaker? Yes. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the opportunity to present legislation 110-21. The legislation will establish the Navajo Nation Fiscal Relief Fund, which will accept the American Rescue Plan Act Fiscal Relief Fund allocations that have been provided by the federal government. As you're aware, the nation to date has received $1,861,554,458.43. We received that on May 29th from the U.S. Treasury, and it is a part of the 65% allocation from the Fiscal Relief Fund to tribal nations. We are anticipated to receive a secondary Okay, I paused because I thought there was background noise. We're anticipated to receive another allocation, I believe, in August, and I'm estimating we'll get maybe $2.4 to $2.5 billion in total. These allocations to the nation are in response to and to help us provide assistance to our people and our nation due to the coronavirus pandemic. And there are specific regulations that govern what are applicable or eligible uses of the fundings that the nation will have to follow. So Section 3, which is on page 414, it creates the Fiscal Relief Fund. It deposits the allocation from the federal government to the Navajo Nation into that fund. And it says that appropriations from the fund can only be made with qualifying or expenditure plans that comply with Navajo Nation law and federal laws. It also requires that if there's going to be an appropriation from the Fiscal Relief Fund, it has to be made with 2/3 vote of the full council and, of course, the signature of the president. So you'll see that in paragraph G, despite the misinformation that's being spread on Facebook and elsewhere. The Navajo Nation Council retains all of its appropriating powers, and those are contained in G. And there's an even higher threshold similar to the CSN fund, where there has to be a 2/3 consensus among the council to move funds out from this. Section I also asks for an online accountability platform that was inspired by the request made by Delegate Crotty and put into legislation, and actually a couple different legislations under the CARES Act, and was never fully implemented by the controller. So I think it's really important now that we have a new controller to ensure that the maximum amount of information on fund expenditures, either by what the programs and projects that we're spending money on, or the contracts, et cetera, be provided to our people so that they understand, or at least have the opportunity to understand, the purposes of the fund and how they're being spent. Section 4 directs the Office of Management and Budget, Office of the Controller, the Department of Justice, and to develop a fiscal relief fund expenditure plan template and an application and review protocols within 20 days. That will then go to the Budget and Finance Committee, I think via legislation, and the Budget and Finance Committee will approve or edit and amend that protocol and process. So if you have, a chapter or a non-Navajo Nation entity or something, maybe even a program, they would develop an expenditure plan that would conform with the process and protocol and the template set forth by the Budget and Finance Committee. And it will go to the Fiscal Relief Fund office. They'll be set up, and that is in another section. I'll cover that later. Section 5, excuse me. Section 5 says that we will reimburse Citizen and the general fund for allocations we've made where we had a provision saying that we would do so with a subsequent appropriation from the federal government that would satisfy I should say, if a project satisfies reimbursement, then it will move forward with that. You'll see in Section 5, that's on page 7 of 14. I think we're all aware of different appropriations that have been made over the past year, where we included provisions saying that we'll reimburse ourselves. And this mainly was for, water and power infrastructure projects, other things of that nature where we believe they would be eligible under future appropriations from the federal government. Really anything here, though, if it's going to be reimbursed, will probably have to have been appropriated or completed after March 3rd, 2021, or the activities would have to take place after March 3rd, 2021. So within 60 days, we'll get a report at the Navajo committee from OMB about the reimbursements that have been made according to Navajo Nation law as passed prior. Section 6 funds the CARES water power broadband infrastructure projects that were either defunded or money was voluntarily returned to contribute to the to the hardship assistance program. So the funding there didn't complete these necessary water power broadband projects, and the funding will be reallocated to those projects so we can continue those vital infrastructure projects in the service of our people. Section 7, this says that 10% of the fiscal relief fund may be eligible for, I think you could call like central support services and regulatory costs. 90% of that 10% will go to the executive branch and 10% will go to the legislative branch. And the idea is that we need to get ahead of the game in adding lawyers and adding accountants and adding project managers, all sorts of finance, legal staff, the people who will ensure that the Navajo Nation programs that receive funding or non-Navajo Nation programs are complying with Navajo Nation federal law, that the appropriate reporting is taking place and it's being reported to the federal government. A key deficiency in prior legislations that have appropriated massive amounts of money from either the Permanent Trust Fund or the CISN Fund is that we didn't add additional service or support service funding to our programs and divisions for them to handle all of this. So we stretched our staffs too thin, and that has caused bottlenecks and delays in the delivery of programs and projects. So we need to avoid that now because we know that the funding has to be spent or encumbered by December 31st, 2024, and then we'll have a 2-year period thereafter to report and complete projects if they've been encumbered. So on the legislative side, our lawyers, our financial professionals will also need assistance. So that's why 10% of the 10% that's allocated right off the top will go to the legislative branch. Moving on to section 8, it's on page 9 of 14. This waives some of the budget process because we're creating a new fund. And so just like if you create a permanent trust fund or a veterans trust fund or something of that nature, you need to create a fund management plan, which is in effect what this legislation is. And so this sets the provisions of that. And of course says that in section A, expenditure plans can only be enacted by a 2/3 vote of the council and the signature of the president. So the council is not waiving any of its appropriating authority or legislating authority. Section 9 is on page 10 of 14. And this sets forth expedited or emergency procurement. And the idea is to conform with the Business Opportunity Act to the maximum extent practicable, but to ensure that we don't bog down the process with unnecessary, I'd say, red tape in completing these projects. Later, the Budget and Finance Committee can still amend the procurement rules for the Fiscal Relief Fund Act. And they, I think that's on section or paragraph B on page 11 of 14. So the Budget and Finance Committee, just want to advise the membership there that, that's well within your power to perform that. And I think it'd be important to comply with section B that says Navajo citizens, Navajo businesses and nonprofits, Navajo business support organizations such as the Tana Chamber of Commerce, Navajo Nation-owned enterprises, authorities, corporations shall be provided a meaningful opportunity to comment before amendments are made to the Navajo Nation procurement laws and regulations. Section 11 on page 12 of 14 that establishes this fiscal relief fund office. And the idea is that this will be a clearinghouse. And I'll read from paragraph B. It says to educate the public on fiscal relief fund matters, coordinate, facilitate, implement fiscal relief fund responsibilities assigned to OPVP or the executive branch, ensure expeditious review of fiscal relief fund eligibility determinations and other fiscal relief fund matters by executive branch programs and offices, ensure Navajo Nation compliance with fiscal recovery fund provisions of ARPA and Navajo Nation laws and regulations by entities receiving fiscal relief fund funds, facilitate and expedite the expenditure of all Navajo Nation fiscal relief funds, ensure the completion and implementation of Navajo Nation fiscal relief fund authorized projects and services, and assist/support the Office of the Controller in monitoring the expenditure of fiscal relief funds and submitting timely and accurate ARPA reports to the federal government. So those are the purposes of the office, and the president or the Office of the President Vice President shall present the plan of operation for that office within, well, prior to it opening and commencing operations. They'll provide that document to the Navajo Committee. So additionally, 30 days after the end of each fiscal year quarter, the Office of the President Vice President shall present a report to NABI on the overall Fiscal Relief Fund Office operations, accomplishments, and challenges, along with recommended modifications or adjustments to projects and processes. That is the main meat of the legislation. And Speaker, I'm happy to take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Speaker, are we still here? Hello?
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Slater, for that presentation on legislation 0110-21. That, let me go ahead and go to the floor. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the presentation of this legislation, Delegate Slater. So very quickly, I want to ask you about page 7 of 14, giving money to projects that did not get completed under the CARES money. What assurance do we have at this point that they will get completed? And I guess if we're going to be giving money from what we already gave for CARES, does that mean that Navajo Department of Health will still be getting funds to purchase PPE gear? That's my first question. Second one, page 8 of 14, 10% to Central Support Service. One is, are we still abiding by the Navajo Preference Law? And I ask because we're waiving certain portions of the Navajo laws. And then also page 8 of 14, the 10% Central Support Services. I would like to actually ask that it be 80-20. Because council is the governing body of the Navajo Nation, and we learned through implementing CARES that we council didn't have enough money like we did with legislative council, and OPVP did undermine several times that particular law by not giving the legislative branch or council the money to do our job properly. So I will be submitting an amendment that this be 80-20. My last question is, will oversight remain intact in regards to the reporting of how the money is spent? Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Serve your time at 3 minutes, 25 seconds, Madam Chair. That one going down. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Cecilia Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Hado, Cecilia,
Honorable Vice Chair Slater. We did an appropriation yesterday, and I took it in the category that those water projects were defunded in the CARES Act. And so, in effect, that legislation will be covered by this particular legislation. Am I correct? That would be directed to Legislative Council. The other is, there's a letter from OPVP basically saying, in effect, the way I understand it, pass the legislation, let me choose the projects, don't touch the legislation. And I'm kind of, I don't know if I'm interpreting it right, or basically saying, let me choose the projects and the dollar amounts, let me appropriate. And that would be a question to Legislative Council and perhaps to Attorney General. And it's just, it seems to be an advisement, but I don't want it, what I don't want to happen is that would be a letter to use as a basis for line item vetoing the projects that we do fund legislatively. The other, and based on the response, Speaker, or let me reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Daniel Stowe, reserve your time at 3 minutes, 3 seconds. We go down to Honorable Keon Begay, and then I'll come back to you, Honorable Slater. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, I'd like to make an amendment. I believe the document is there. She needs the council pass a resolution supporting this particular legislation. So yeah, Speaker, that's my motion. Reserve our time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 39 seconds. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council. Amendment number 1 on page 3, line 18, insert new paragraph as follows. Underscore, as set forth in Central Agency Council Resolution number CAC 07/21-11, attached as Exhibit A, the Central Agency Council of the Navajo Nation supports the establishment of a Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund and Expenditure Authorization process set forth herein, and underscore 2, attach Exhibit A. 3, renumber, reliter succeeding paragraph, section, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or the language of the amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Also attached with this amendment is the reference Exhibit A, which is the resolution of the Central Agency Council, CAC 07/21-11. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, amendment number 1 on legislation 0011 or 0110-21 by Honorable Keon Begay. Just supporting the resolution from Central Agency. Is there a second? Going once. Second. Honorable Slater. Okay, with that, colleagues, any comments, questions on this supporting resolution from Central Agency?
Yellow hair, supporting resolutions.
Honorable Yellow Hair on the amendment, supporting resolution.
Hello, I support the resolutions of Trinity Agency, but I don't have any comments on it, but later I have some comments on the regular amendment on this one here.
Okay.
Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? On amendment one. Went twice. Going 3 times. Go to board on amendment one.
Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown
Honorable
votes
Nathaniel
green.
Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaus-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knaus-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Amber Knaus-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Mitch James.
Delegate J votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Vote please, Chair.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edson Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edson Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Panal Halona.
Alon votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 21 in favor.
Eugene
0
So,
opposed.
green, Chair.
Mr. Speaker, not voting. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Delegate Dan. I vote green. This is Daniel.
Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 22 in favor,
So
0
also
opposed.
agreed. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, not voting. Mr. Speaker?
Speaker, this is Delegate So. I vote green.
Honorable Charlene
This is
So,
Eugene.
Honorable Eugene So, we already got your vote as green.
Thank
Colleagues.
you.
22 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on. Oh, actually, no. Let me go back to Honorable Slater. Or I did indicate I was going to come back to you, Honorable Slater, after Honorable Keelan Begay.
Yeah, it's not much for offering that amendment to add the support from actually the agency council. And thank you to the council leadership for entertaining the resolution. Okay.
Hello,
Can you
are
hear
we
me
still
now?
on?
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. You were on.
Hear me now?
Yes.
What's going on? But let's see here. So with respect to CARES Fund, Delegate Charles Newton asked about, I think the question is there assurance that they will be completed? I think that's the same question that oversight and leadership will have for all projects that are funded and appropriated by the, I'm not the person who is delivering those programs or projects, and I'm not the project manager or anything of that nature. So if this legislation passes, that question should be directed toward those entities. But again, the only eligible activities for reimbursement or for allocations would be from March 3rd, 2021 onward. So for some reason, an entity was performing something prior to that, they wouldn't be eligible to use fiscal relief funds for it. But, you know, I don't think that should be an impediment. If there's worthy projects, we should be supporting them. With respect to waiving procurement, I'm going to go to section C on page 12 of 14. As set forth in the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, if there are no responsive and responsible priority 1 or priority 2 vendors responding to the nation's solicitation for fiscal relief funded goods, services, or construction related services who are qualified and able to meet the requirements of the procurement, including the demonstrated ability to meet the ARPA and fiscal relief fund time deadlines, the procuring party may contract with companies not included on the source list maintained by the Business Regulatory Department, as long as such companies agree to comply with Navajo Nation laws, regulations, and policies, including the Navajo Preference and Employment Act and the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. So I hope that answers that question. With respect to the 80-20% breakdown, I think that's a difference of 18,610,000 and then about $37 million. And at this time, no one in the legislative branch has articulated a need greater than the 10% breakdown. So working with the Speaker's office, the Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Services, they haven't requested a further increase. I think as we move forward, $18 million or $19 million is good to get started, but there isn't a reason to say go much beyond that at this time, based off of the analysis from the experts who work within the legislative branch. And then with respect to oversight, this legislation does nothing to waive the council's oversight of any part of the Navajo Nation government. Chair Soch and I, for the projects appropriated yesterday, we apply to those activities that would be undertaken after March 3rd, 2021. And of course, that applies to all the other legislation where we've included those provisions saying that this could be reimbursed with future appropriations from the federal government to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. And then I do want to offer one comment on the letter from the president I have in front of me. And he wrote to Honorable Speaker Damon, and I'll just read it right here. It says, "We appreciate the introduction of the legislation creating the Navajo Nation Fiscal Relief Fund, as this fund will establish the parameters of our own recovery after the devastating effects of the pandemic over the past year. There's much work to be done over the next few years, and working together with the Navajo Nation Council, we can address many of the needs for the people. Legislation 0110-21 is the first step in moving us towards our goal. We urge the Navajo Nation Council to refrain from adding specific projects to the legislation. We also urge council members to work with the executive departments and Navajo enterprises to follow up after the Fiscal Relief Fund and its process is established with targeted legislation to fund projects and other needs. Both the executive and legislative branches have solid plans that address the needs in our communities, and working together, we can meet those needs. We look forward to receiving legislation 0110-21 in its original form and with its intended purpose. Thank you. Sincerely, Jonathan Nez, President, Myron Nez, Vice President." I read this letter as inviting the council to work with the executive branch and saying that this legislation establishes the processes and the protocols for spending money out of this fund. But aside from funding those critical infrastructure needs that were already approved in a consensus via an overwhelming majority of the council and the president under the CARES Act process, all other appropriations will be made by this council with a 2/3 vote and with the signature of the president. So I think it is important to not bog down the legislation with a bunch of appropriations, because we should have this full and balanced discussion on the processes and the protocol. And then, just as the council did with the work sessions and identifying the needs of the people, we can consult again with the executive branch on how to make that a reality. I also think that we haven't staffed up the project managers, the accountants, the lawyers, engineers, medical professionals, folks of that nature who can advise on the direction and program complexion for appropriations under the Fiscal Relief Fund. And it'd be important to get some of those folks in place under that Fiscal Relief Fund office before we start making appropriations. But I think that this document shows that there was consensus work done between the legislative branch, primarily through the Speaker's office and the Office of the President, Vice President, and the executive branch programs to identify how we can work better for the best interests of our people and avoid any sort of unnecessary tit for tats or infighting that our people were very dissatisfied with under the CARES Act process. So my pleading to my colleagues is that we continue this act of good faith and goodwill and operate under that premise until there's a reason not to believe that at this time. But if we move forward in a good way, our people will respect that. Yeah, Speaker, I think that Chair So had questions directed to specific individuals, and I'd ask for him to identify that again for you to recognize them. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to Chairman Daniel. So I'm not going to take any time away from your time. Just to clarify, was there any other individual question?
Thank you, Speaker. I guess in regard to the letter from OPVP, we adopted Amendment 1 already, so we're already deviating from their original request. However, be that as it may, and basically I'll withdraw my original question, but I would request to reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, let me go ahead and go on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, around the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Around delegate Slater, bring this legislation before us. I have a question regarding the under Section 11B of the legislation 110-21. The FRF office shall be responsible for the following. I have a question on educating the public on the FRF matters and coordinate and facilitate and implement the FRF responsibility that's assigned to OPVP and the executive branch. You know how is there a plan that how it's going to be to educate the people? I know that if it's going to be I know a public will have a lot of questions on it. So social media people that I represent, they don't have no internet or anything like that. So I don't know if it's going to be in radios, communications. Hello? So that maybe and then also we know that the start of the expenditure plan. I know that we'll be going into the hardship, the hardship assistance. I know that we're going to start with that, and is this going to be where the people will be calling in, like how the Baker Tilly that were set up? Is this going to be almost like that? Can you explain that more? Thank you, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Okay, reserve your time at 2 minutes, 53 seconds. Honorable Elmer Begay. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, floor is yours. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, do you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. One area, yes, with us entertaining this legislation, and as this legislation moves forth, went through NABI with hardly any questions. And my concern there is that all these questions that happen is something that is, a lot of this should have been taken care of at NABI. So, but I'm going to reserve my time first. Sure.
4 minutes, 22 seconds.
Point of privilege, Speaker?
Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Yes, Speaker. So I want to raise a point of privilege, as it is our right to maintain dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Earlier, Shitseki, the Honorable Kealan Begay talked about how he, felt like he wasn't given the opportunity to speak, and there was just now a statement made. I want to know where the rule is that says that we cannot ask questions if we did not ask questions at Nabikiyaska. If that rule could be pointed out to me, Speaker, because I believe, at least my understanding of reading the rules, is that we delegates do have the right to ask questions at council, which is why we are given 5 minutes, but perhaps the rules have changed in the last few hours. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There's no rule in the Navajo Nation Council committee rules, or even in the Navajo Nation Council rules of order that state that you cannot, or that questions cannot be asked of. If there was none answered at Nabi, none should be answered here, or vice versa, or they should have answered these questions only at Nabi committee. As indicated in Rule 11, we are running off Navajo Nation Council rules of order, and in that, on Rule 11, per under debate, for any subject or action or motion, the delegate has the right to go ahead and proceed forth with debating, questioning, and answering of questions that are asked of them. And each delegate is allotted those 5 minutes, Madam Chair. So there's no rule that states that. With that, colleagues, moving on down. I have, Honorable Eugene So. I have you in the queue.
Do I have the floor, Chair?
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
Excuse me, this kid. I was told to have a 101 of being a council delegate, so maybe I need it. But regards to the legislation, the title of the resolution, the way that's the right in the middle says waiving certain provision of the Navajo Nation Appropriation Act. Okay, now, and what? I guess I'll ask this question to Dana. Pursuant to what section in the American Recovery Plan Act is this legislation necessary or requestful? What language? Dana. Only way you can use this fund. High level car was in the American Recovery Act. Let me ask that question and reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Every time at 3 minutes, 56 seconds. Let me go to Ms. Barbara. Question directed towards you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate So. I think you asked a two-part question, and that was about the waiver of the Appropriations Act. And then you also asked a question about whether this legislation was necessary for the for the ARPA funds. So a process needs to be in place for the ARPA funds. The ARPA funds, as you know, the Appropriations Act is basically structured for Navajo Nation funds, for general funds and such, and does not contain much detail about federal funds. And since many federal funds come in, as you're aware, like grant agreements, you know exactly what you're going to spend them on when the funding arrives. That is not, of course, the situation here. So it is a belief that you have to have some type of way to accept the funds. and a way to allocate them. And that's what the attempt is by this legislation, to put the process in place. We also tried to recognize some of the challenges, the hiccups we experienced in the CARES funds and address those here, which takes me to the waivers of the Appropriation Act. Not the full act is not necessarily waived. It's actually set down, if you're looking on page 10, starting on line 11 of page 10, it sets down the sections of the Appropriations Act that are waived, and those are essentially sections that apply to the comprehensive budget, UUFB appropriations. So those are waived. So you do not have to follow the same process that you do in preparing the comprehensive budget. One of the things that was important to waive in the Appropriation Act is the capital improvement plan and the capital improvement process. As you know, the nation has not had a capital improvement plan in place for quite a few years. So we didn't want that to become a hiccup. Trying to think. Another thing that is waived in one of those sections, that is your chapter 50/50 formula. When I say it's waived, it is no longer a requirement, an absolute on broad funds that are submitted to the chapter or distributed to the chapters. But that does not mean that delegates cannot incorporate that into any specific expenditure plans. And I hope that answered Delegate So's question. If not, I'm certainly able to expound or talk to him separately. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Okay, there it goes. Thank you very much for that information, Ms. Barboff. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. We'll go ahead and go on back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Charles Newman, 3 minutes and 25 seconds.
Speaker, I have an amendment I'd like to propose with sent by data.
Hold on. I did state I was going to go back to the sponsor after reserve time. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll respond to Delegate Elmer-Bugay. Thank you very much, Nye, for the question. I think that with respect to educating the public on the Fiscal Relief Fund and its potential uses, that the council has already done a great job. We have held the work sessions. I think one ask that we should have from the council is to ask the Speaker's office to produce a document that consolidates all of the requests that have been made and try to contextualize, what our different options are moving forward. But one thing that we're doing in District 11 is we've had community meetings, and we're continuing to have community meetings. So we're convening folks at the chapters or elsewhere, and then having a parallel or a hybrid meeting where we also have, folks call in to discuss ARPA. So I would highly encourage my colleagues to, maybe follow something like that, to reach out to those who don't have social media or access to the goings on of the council,
And I think that's a really good way to get out there and meet with your constituents. When it comes to the office being funded and what potential uses are for the funding, I totally agree that, radio and other mechanisms that aren't social media would be good. And it's up to council and the executive branch to see that through and see that happen. But at this time, it's speculative because there isn't an office that's in place, but it certainly will be their responsibility. And then we're not starting with any hardship assistance. This legislation doesn't allocate any hardship assistance. Thank you, Delegate So, for your comments. Delegate Eugene So, I know you asked Dana, but I want to comment on this because the interim final rule came out on May 17th, 2021. So it's been several months now. And I think a lot of the conversations that we have at council with the experts and with people who are petitioning us for funding reference this rule. So it's really important for all of us to know what's actually going on with the Treasury and what the parameters are so that we can advise our communities and have a more coherent and cogent plan when it comes to actually appropriating funding instead of second guessing things. And I'm afraid that may go forward if my colleagues, we don't read this interim final rule and really get a strong understanding of it. And perhaps, Speaker, you could have the Office of Legislative Counsel do a little digest or write-up on it to help us understand it, because there are provisions that are specific to tribal nations, necessary infrastructure improvements and other things. Also in the calculation of what is lost revenue or decreased revenues for the general government services provision. Those are all things that we should understand as we consider appropriating funding. And the fund that is being set up is similar to the CARES fund. It's similar to other funds under Navajo Nation, but when the nation receives, funding under a grant agreement, like Ms. Bobroff mentioned, I think all the committees are aware of, say, 638 contracts, where the nation has already authorized us to enter into this, or say a Victim of Crime Act grant or a BIA Highway Safety grant under NDOT. Those are provisions of the nation, and they don't involve legislative branch involvement. And so in this instance, there is, I think, legal theory that says, well, this is externally restricted federal funds. And so therefore it should just follow the executive process and the legislative branch should be cut out entirely. So in order to affirm our right to appropriate, because this is a novel situation confronting a pandemic, it's critical that we pass this legislation that reaffirms the council's right to appropriate such large amounts of funding with the accountability mechanisms that are built into it. And it does so with that 2/3 requirement. So, I think, again, what's referenced in paragraph B of section 9 is important. We should all know how the budget instruction manual works in these particular portions, but just like the CSN fund, which authorized expenditure plans, this will also authorize expenditure plans, and budgets will then be handled administratively. So thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Madam Chair, let me go back to you now. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 25 seconds on the board with the reserve time.
Speaker, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to propose an amendment. Dana has sent out that amendment, so I reserve the rest of my time.
At 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Office of Legislative Services, do we have it? Go ahead, Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. Member 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 2 on page 8, line 14. delete 90% and insert 80%. 2, page 8, line 21, delete 10% and insert 20%. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, section and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
That, there's a motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Sorry. Second by Honorable Vince James. My colleagues, on amendment number 2, I do believe that was sent out to everyone. Do we have any comments or questions on amendment number 2? Commissioner Smith.
Good afternoon, Speaker, and thank you, 24th Navajo Council. I'll also sit with the amendment. Explain to me on this amendment. It's page 8, line 14 is understandable. The other one is line 21. You're removing 10% to put 20% there. However, if you look at the legislation under line 10, it says 10%. How are we being consistent in this? Because if you add 90 and 10, that's 100. If you add 80 and 20, that's 100. But there's still 10% on line 10, and then there's still 10% within line 14. And line 22 still has 10%. That's my question. Reserve my time.
Thank you. Reserve time. Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Let me go back to you, Madam Chair Charles, for the response.
Thank you, Speaker. Shahzad, Delegate Smith. So from my understanding, based on this language in the legislation, it's saying that 10% of the funds that have been received would be going to fund central support service and also regulatory costs as well. So the way that they divvied up that 10% is they're saying of that 10%, 90% is going to OPVP in the executive branch. And then 10% of that 10% is going to legislative branch or to speakers. So what I was hoping to do, and it looks like it's a mistake that was made, so I'll give Dana some time to possibly correct that issue, but you are right that it should actually be 80, so line 14 should be 80% of the 10%, and line 21 should be 10% of the 10%. So I hope that makes, I hope that clears up the confusion. And as far as the reason for the change is during CARES, what we council did was we learned actually the hard way with all of the legislations that were being proposed and all of the changes that had to be made we continuously heard that there was not enough support staff. Speaker, are you trying to speak?
Hello?
Speaker, did you need the floor back?
No. Did you hear me say anything?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Couldn't hear anything.
Well, I didn't know I'm muted, but now I'm not muted. You had the floor, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. So again, when we were debating the CARES legislation as council, we had many issues that were presented. We had a legislation that was drafted, but we found a lot of issues through that process. And the one thing that we heard continuously was there was not enough support staff, nor was there correct funding provided to the legislative branch to address the issues that were coming out of the, out of the legislations that were written. And I know the Office of Legislative Counsel did, on several occasions, remind us that there was not enough attorneys, with the legislation requests that were coming through for CARES legislation or for COVID legislation, or to address the issues within our communities regarding the pandemic. We also heard from our very people that there was that public information was not provided by the legislative branch. It was very limited because, again, there was a few staff and there was no funds that were provided. But the Office of the President and Vice President were given funding by the Navajo Nation Council, and they were able to provide weekly public forums on the radio. While our people continuously asked, over and over, Hajin Kinatani, where are our delegates? And we looked really bad, and our people waited for information, and we delivered little to no information. And this was the very reason why I took to Facebook to try to provide as many people as information as I could. We also learned during the CARES process in regards to the support services that the election office suffered. The funds that were needed, right now we know that the ARPA funds need to be spent by 2024, which means that during that time, there's going to be an election. And that election will involve the Office of the President and Vice President and delegates as well. That's going to be taking place during this time frame. The ARPA money will be coming through the process. And it really falls back on the fact that we do need central support services during this time to help with the process of ARPA. Because once these legislations go through, it doesn't mean that we're not going to come back to them to try to address the issues that we didn't think about at this time. And then in terms of, with the election office, we don't know at this point if we are going to still be affected by this virus or its variant. So we need to be prepared. So I'm looking at this legislation as a way of saying, that we do have to fund central support service and also the regulatory costs, which again, is going to include, the legislative branch council and what, the support staff that will be needed on our side as well. So I think 80-20 is a good combination because in addition to that, we still are going to have our oversight responsibility as well. And at this point, we don't know what is going to pop up. We don't know, we don't have a crystal ball that's going to tell us, that this legislation is not working the way that we anticipated, which is about 99% of the legislations that we do pass today. And the last thing that I want to hear is that we don't have the support service at this time to address the needs of council as we are the governing body. So with that, Speaker, I open the floor to more questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Charles Noon. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down. On amendment number 1, I have Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. I think the ratio that's in the legislation is an adequate number in citing of the responsibilities of the powers of the 3-branch government. Legislative branch does not provide the direct services that is going to be needed, which executive branch will be providing. Legislatures, we do set the laws for this policy, but as moving forth, I believe 10% is adequate enough. The executive branch, or Nishike, nan lead, if Ishan is nan lead, a baby, that is, Yainas. Ogo epa not in Gogo, the Kodoni cash, Shinike, new Korobe has ani dahdi. Don't the Korobe so yard dahdi. For epa Gogo, as long as we stay within our parameters and not getting into the area of providing services, you know, it on Hinha, I see. Just on Nishiki, because I call it public information, what needed to be dialogue put out to the public should be sent out to the Navajo by the executive branch, whether it's by DNR, who receives some of the CARES Act, or Department of Economic Development. I reserve my time. Thank you.
What is it? That, colleagues. Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So 2 minutes, 57 seconds is your reserve time. Let me go on down. Honorable Kealan Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, Adolescent at 24th Navajo Nation Council. Adolescent Mark Kodop, Amendment Beninia Haki, having allocating some fund to certain program, I support that. But if you do the math, let's say with the current, especially just with the current one, 1.8 billion. I mean, 20% of that, we're talking about almost 360 million. And dividing that up by 2 branches, we're talking about 180 million being utilized centrally. Although even if that's going to cover over 3 years, we're talking about almost 60 million per year. Administering purpose. Then we get a presentation from a firm. I forgot the name of this company that is willing and want to administer this funding for us, just like Baker Tilly. And I don't believe they're asking for 360 million. And I believe 350 million could cover so much funding projects locally. Yal article bent on the shah could the not the need the yashon the ons and shisazinke. And is it possible what specific area? Maybe that way we could be able to provide some assurance that this is how much is needed for this purpose. Administration, I believe 360 million is just too much to hold back just to administer funding the opera funding and some maybe could there be specific positions, purpose that 180 million will be utilized, so 10%, 20%, half unless I'm wrong, but it's not only going to be 1.8 billion, it's going to be more than 2 billion. So yes, I mean, what's your response on that one? So I support it, but 360 million to be held back at the nation is just, to me, I think it's too much, and the nan diniki base of hotel national okred you base on that you need speaker reserve on time. The program that I was trying to look for was, I think it was the Development Corporation that should again speaker reserve on time.
Thank you. Reserve your time at what's this? 157. 14. That goes to 80. 21. That goes to 20. Yep, that's correct. Hey, thank you, colleagues. Moving on down. Let me go to Honorable Slater, and then I'll come back to Madam Chair Charles Newton for follow-up. Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the proposed amendment. As was conveyed before, the numbers that were agreed upon in this legislation derive from conversations between the branches. So Speaker Damon is the one who committed to the 10% because he worked with the legislative branch to ascertain what the needs are of the branch to fulfill its duties under ARPA and this Fiscal Relief Fund Act. So I guess my question is to Speaker Damon and to Dana, is the 10% enough, and will it satisfy your needs starting out here? And then second, I guess as a comment, I think I really want to echo what Delegate Otto So mentioned about the responsibilities of the branches. We all each have our unique political philosophies and what that entails, but by Navajo Nation law, the executive branch delivers the programs and delivers projects. It's not something that is fulfilled and completed by the legislative branch. And so I think with that said, it's appropriate, if both the legislative branch chief, whom I respect and is an expert in budget matters and the needs of the branch, agrees to this amount, and the same thing with the executive branch, then I'm willing to put my faith into that. But I would strongly caution us from trying to redefine the purposes of the branches. While our people have an expectation of hyper-local leadership, we can meet them in the field, we can talk to them, we have ways of communicating with them, but it shouldn't be a match about whose voice is louder on Facebook or on the radio or something like that. I don't always agree with how things are articulated out of the executive branch, but I respect the authority of the people who put them into office, just as each one of us have a platform, and I don't always agree with every single one of my colleagues and how they articulate things. But to say that the legislative branch was disadvantaged or did something wrong, I think that our communication staff worked overtime. I think that our legislative staff worked overtime, and it's a miracle that we still have them working for us today. So as we know, we have a lot of staffing shortages, and I think it's because of the demands, oftentimes very unreasonable, in the treatment of the legislative staff by delegates. There's a lot of bullying, there's a lot of rude requests, demands, and by increasing the amount of funding going to the legislative branch, it's not going to rectify some of the structural issues that exist in people wanting to work for us and wanting to get things done. So respectfully, I don't think that this is a necessary amendment, and it will probably imperil the legislation after months and months and months of negotiations and conversations based off of budgets and reasoning. Thank you, Speaker. I'll waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater, for your time. Let me go ahead and go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So I just sent an email. If my understanding is correct, delegates, if you could take a look at your email, 10% of the 1.8 billion is going to support services and regulatory costs. So that's $180,000. Under the 90-10 formula, executive would get $162,000 for support services, and council or legislative branch would get $18,000 for support services. If it changes to 80-20, OPVP executive would get $144,000 for support services, and council legislative would get $36,000 for support services. So perhaps I'm wrong on my math and the way that I'm reading the legislation. I'm just trying to take into consideration, what was done or what the issues were during the CARES legislation. As far as what Delegate Otto So stated, I do want to remind Delegate So that he is always saying that we, council, are doing the work. We pay our directors all this money, and we, council, have to address the needs of the people. And right now I'm hearing that we need to have faith in the executive branch, and yet we turn around and we seem to blame the executive branch when things are not happening, when things are not moving. And with CARES, there was so many questions coming from our people about money that was given to the executive branch to get these services provided to our people. And we kept pulling these executive directors before us asking these questions. So to be fair, that argument is always being made on the floor about, the services being provided to the people. And in terms of this amendment, I'm just saying that if we're talking about support services, that was one of the issues that we ran into with the CARES legislation, is we didn't have enough support service. We didn't have that with the legislative branch or within council. There were so many legislations that we were passing, trying to get the money out to the people, to move these projects along to help address the needs of the people. And then when we ran into problems, it took some time to get these issues addressed because they needed legislative fix. So you are correct in that our job is to write the law, but we need to make sure that we have the proper support service in place while we're doing this. And this is not, we're not going to sit down one time and divvy out the money and be done with ARPA money. We have until 2024, which means that we will be, we'll have a lot of questions. There'll be a lot of issues that we're going to be running into during that time. I'm just thinking ahead of time, and I'm thinking in terms of, what happened with CARES, and, was that even considered this 90-10, formula was decided. And again, sometimes, when we're one person making a decision, we don't think of everything. But when we have, 24, heads coming together, 24 minds coming together, we tend to think in terms of, did we think about this? Did we think about that? I remember this happened with CARES. Are we ready for those types of, are we ready for those things to happen? Because it's going to happen. So again, I did send an email, and I guess I'm sorry, you're right, Kiel, it's 180 million. I forgot the extra 000 again. And so just add 3 more zeros to those, to that formula. So I just want to make sure that legislative branch, that council, has the proper support service during this time, to not only, help us with drafting legislation, but also keeping track of the legislations that come down the pipeline. Also making sure during this time, and this is keeping track of the money for ARPA and the legislations that are attached to it. Because again, with I'm thinking in terms of the hardship, when that statement was made, about the end of October, that Budget and Finance would be looking at some of these projects to determine which ones, would be completed by the December 30th, 2020 deadline. We wind up pushing that back, and as a result of that, our people, wind up suffering because it pushed the hardship back. So we just need to make sure that we have the proper support service that's in place. And under legislative branch, it's not just council. We have, the election office, there's other departments and divisions that fall under the legislative branch. I don't recall Speaker, calling a meeting asking, what our, thoughts were on the 90-10. This seems to be a decision that he made on his own. I just want to make sure again that everybody has that opportunity to chime in to say, I don't know if that is going to be enough. But again, 180 million is what we're looking at of that 10%, and 20% of that is, oh gosh, well, the Delegate Kialabige sent out another email. And again, I thought I just missed the 3 zeros, but it looks like the 20% is 360 million. Yes, again, Delegate Kialabige, I just missed the last 3 zeros. So I did 36,000 instead of 36 million. Again, I just want to make sure that we do have the right people in place during this 4-year time span. And then also, that we are supported properly. And again, it's the implementation that does, it is going to require some work, but so does making sure that, the oversight is provided during this time. So with that, Speaker, I hope I was able to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues,
Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
let me see your numbers for you. Colleagues, just for clarity, the amount that was given is $1,861,554. $554,458.43. The current way that this situates the office, if this legislation was going to move forward, not accruing what the interest has been earned over the past couple of weeks since the deposit has been made. If this legislation moves forward without this amendment, the legislative branch would be receiving $615,545. With the amendment to move it to 20%, you're going to $37,231,089. Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. Question, I think you might have answered it, but I was trying to follow along. The total amount that we received is $1,861,554,458.43. So out of the top of that, you're just taking 10% and then dividing it by 80% for executive. And then the other one is 20% for legislative. So if you do the math, then you would be able to get what we're getting at. It'll be like, for instance, 186,155,445.83 for executive if you're doing that 20%, if you're doing 80% of that, and then the legislative would be like that. That's my question of privilege, just to follow along, Speaker. Thank you.
You're correct. Out of the 1.8 billion, you're taking 10% off the top. That 10%, colleagues, that 10% is given to both the executive and legislative branch. Now, if you look on the executive side, Ms. Barbroff, correct me if I'm wrong, through the process, the 90% was recommended to give to the legislative or to executive branch due to the fact of bigger component items. One of the bigger component items was that Division of Community Development, one, does not have the building capacity for a lot of these projects. One of those is to build a direct influx of capital for them in order to get their support services. And what that means is, for example, getting more A&E firms online in order for them to go ahead and get on board. That was the whole reason why giving a bulk of the funds was to making sure these A&E contracts, if you're looking at the whole total amount of funding, if we're doing $1.8 billion worth of projects, you have to know that the A&E work is anywhere between 6 to 20% of each one of the projects. As we all know, going through the different processes, working with our chapters. That was the reason why the total amount was 180 million to give back to the executive branch. And at that time, it was while we were there working together, that Ms. Barbroff had the recommendation along with the Speaker's office to get 10% of that to build out, to make sure that, yes, as Madam Chair Charles Zoon had indicated, to work to see if we had the staffing legislative services, to making sure that we had on-call staff at Legislative Council, to make sure that if there's any ARPA fund legislations that are coming through, that we need to have that staff regularly on hand. If there's going to be any meetings that are directly or as a result to meet directly on ARPA, we would utilize these services there at the Navajo Nation Council and the Office of the Speaker. Those programs and other programs in order to administer to as well on the legislative branch. Colleagues, that's the reason why the 10% was recommended, and that's the reason why we put that in there. As a recommendation, 18 million was what was the original amount. We only put 18 million in there for one reason, and one reason was that what Honorable Keon Begay is going back to. We don't want to make sure that we're taking too much funds out of the top. If there was going to be an additional appropriation of funds that was going to come back forward, you have to remember there's more dollars that's going to be coming down from the federal government. At that time, we're going to say, okay, if there was more funding that was needed for the legislative branch, we're going to look at that. But we didn't want to take too much funding out of the top of the services in order to provide more dollars that could utilize for more programs and for more support services, whether that be projects or building out capacity for some of these projects, colleagues. Ms. Barbroff, if you want me to go ahead and move forward, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you, Ms. Barbroff.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Navajo Nation Council. I don't have much to add other than as everybody has identified, one of the biggest challenges with the CARES funding was that there were no support costs up front. So additional staff, additional processes, additional experts, additional project managers were not brought in first so that what we call the legal financial management infrastructure could be in place. So that's the goal of this section. The total 10% of all fiscal recovery funds, that 10% is about a little more than half of what the nation's usual indirect cost rate is. So I think that that's a fairly good measurement number to take a look and say, because indirect costs that is really calculated very carefully. So using that as a measurement for this 10%, I think makes it very reasonable. As far as the legislative branch's share of that, I do know, looking at the original 10%, that legislative council's needs would be absolutely more than covered by that 10%. Also kind of did a big picture overview of what we could identify as additional costs or additional funding needs for the support services section of the legislative branch. And it did look like that 10% would more than cover it. So that's all I would have to add, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I ask one question? And I might just withdraw this amendment so that we don't prolong this debate.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, hold on real quick. There's a point of order, or is it point of privilege? Point of privilege, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, colleagues. Speaker, can you clarify that 10% will be made available of the full fiscal relief fund? So we'll receive a later appropriation that maybe 35%, whatever, and we'll probably get up to 2.4, 2.5 billion. So the legislative branch's allocation of 2.5 billion would be 2%, right? Under, it'd be 1%. So I believe that's $25 million. I wonder if that would assuage the motioning party's concern about funding, because that is $25 million immediately available in the next couple months to the legislative branch for us to expend. Thank you.
That Honorable Slater, that was what was indicated in the presentation that I just did regarding the initial 10% of the first 10% that's taken off the top is going to be roughly a little over 18 million. And knowing that the nation's going to be receiving more additional funding, that the legislative branch looked at that as saying that there would be more additional funding coming forth. That's the reason why we don't want to take up what Honorable Keon Begay had indicated, utilizing dollars that could be, or setting aside dollars that might just be sitting there for 3 years, and knowing that those dollars could have been allocated to purchase or to utilize for certain capital projects or for utilizing support services for elsewhere across the nation, Honorable Slater. So you are correct. In the second amount of funding that we have not received yet, there's additional capital that will be allocated to the legislative branch with this legislation, if approved through 110-21. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, I'll come back to you.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So put me in the queue on this amendment.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. And again, just want to clarify, I may just pull this amendment based on what you informed us of. So Navajo Nation would be receiving an additional 2.5 billion, but of that 1% would be going to legislative. Is that correct? Is that what you said? I guess that's my first question. The second question, oh, go ahead.
To answer your question, Madam Chair, the allocation of funding that's going to be coming down, we don't know how much money is going to be available, but indicated as no is that there's only been 65% of the original allocation of the original $18 billion that has been given out. Now, knowing for the fact that if they utilize the same formula, there is a possibility that that's the amount of more funding that could be coming down in the pipeline in order for us to be received in that second allocation, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. But that's not guaranteed until we know, but there will be additional funding, whichever amounts, and that's discussion that we would have in the future.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can I ask just a quick follow-up to that?
Yes.
So at this point, the only thing that we know is if this legislation is passed at 9010, legislative branch would receive the $18,615,545, and that could be like the end of it, based on our experience with President Naz and his veto button. Is that correct?
In the current legislation that the president has made recommendation for, that said he supports the legislation at hand, yes, you are correct.
Thank you, Speaker. Then I think that I do want to just keep this on the table and leave it to the delegates to decide exactly how much support services is needed during this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That continue on down. Honorable Chairman Daniel So.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate the time. I guess, Speaker, don't cloud the issue by saying that there's going to be additional monies coming. That's not within this legislation. The legislation is we have 1.8 billion in the bank, and that's what we're talking about. The aspect is, and I want clarity. This one, the monies that would go to legislative, it is for additional services in the way, whether it be by staff or consultants and experts in the hiring, and not necessarily to go to projects that the delegates will want funded. I think that's the clarity that I want to make. And it's also just the fact that we do need experts. We do need budget analysis analysts. We need policy analysts. And that was severely lacking with the CARES Act legislation and appropriation. And I want to make that clarity, Speaker. And this amendment, and then I guess the other is some of the similar aspects that I placed to controller. This budget, it basically is going to cover 3 years. The remaining balance of 21, 22, 23, and 24. And that's what we're doing. Let's be clear on that. So is the amount at 10% going to be enough? And do we really need to reanalyze the legislation to say 80-20 with the condition that any unused portions would go back into the amounts that would be available for projects and other items that would go to the chapters and the Navajo people? Thank you, Speaker. And if that needs other languages, then let me think about it. And I would request some guidance from Office of Legislative Counsel. Thank you. I reserve my time on this amendment.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Delegate Daniel.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel. So reserve your time at 1 minute, 52 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Daniels, where's yours?
Speaker,
Yes, Speaker.
this is Edmund. I tried to text to get on the queue. Can you put me in the queue, please?
Yes. Honorable Daniels, where's yours?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Aro Kodo, Nana Kodo, Shema Kodo, Amendment in that. They'll get Chairwoman Charles Mountain Kodo. Yeah, I see. Okay, the Kodo. Nagay that based on rate, nalagay 1.8 billion. According to rate, here to data. So here, when you should just get hello. So yeah, I don't let over get this thing of that data today. 90-10 out of that 80-20 and the so I don't put up a handmade with the transparency date. 24th Council transparency I see that then seats. I know that there's people out there on the line listening to us. And I don't know the mother, then again, you share that, then it's Twitter fun, and then you see that it's fun. For your papa and case, so you are the next issue that, so Papa who is now on John God lesson for so even who about this case ago. I don't know if we can, I don't know if there's an interpreter in Winter Rock at the chambers. So you have this case because it was she was she the hard as to what is the you dash here 90-10 80-20 is the and so that change the case of that I could so the job about this but on the in English in Navajo what I get 18 to little I don't know how in the person of the ELT is she one I'll take a great one so is after day ever I don't let this or they no that's how I don't let social media that is it not the car so even as you go on the radar we have next to the top on for your idea but could on the radar to later is about the Schnekodo but the spare husband to the call so even yet Schnekodo even though this is our economic and the teacher but that is given not the Schnekodo the Jobahui not by Latin Leskodo not for these niche so idea about now Scotland. Mr. Speaker, I observe my time.
Okay, with that, Honorable Daniels, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Let me go on to Honorable Chairman Yazzie, and then I'll come back to Madam Chair. Honorable Chairman Yazzie, what's yours?
Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, and everyone that's listening online and individuals that are there at the chambers. To the sponsor of the amendment, I just have a few comments and questions that I would like to share. My first comment would be, when it comes to money, funding, it really has always going to be, disagreements, with the funding money. Sometimes I wonder if the DC office, just wants to see, that let's see how the fight goes. We'll give this much money to a certain tribe like ours, and they sit back and look, and while we have our disagreements, and which is good, in a way. But the last CARES Act that was brought up, a few months ago, or almost a year ago, we had a hard time to finally approve the funding. And I really, as we are talking about this funding with the legislation, we need to keep in mind the individuals that have gone on, with this terrible virus, and their loved ones who are still, with us on this world. And the intent of this funding is to get something done to prevent any, the COVID numbers rising. It is still there. And so I'm just hoping and praying that we can all come to an agreement that we, approve this, the main legislation, and to go for it. Speaker, and I don't know, President Nez and Chief Justice, the three-branch government chiefs, did you all agree to the main legislation? And if so, then, the amendment is really, not called for. And so that is the most important question, Speaker. If you could just say to us that as a speaker, and we met with President Nez and Vice President Leiser and Chief Justice, and this is what we all agreed.
What were those two legislations? Chairman.
Yes. And we can, move forward if that's the case. And so the other thing that I'm worried about is if we approve this amendment, then the time frame that we're looking at, some of us may run again for council and some of us might not make it back. And then, like the last council, we said that we'll leave this up to the newer delegates, But my point in saying that is that we should be able, if President Nez and Speaker Damon and Chief Justice agree to all, just approve this, move it forward. And so we can get started on, healing up the nation. So that would be, my comment. But my question to you, Speaker, if you all had agreed to the amount with the main legislation, reserve time, Speaker. So.
Thank you. Let me go back to you, man. 1 minute, 23 seconds, reserve time. Let me go back to you, Madam Chair Charles.
Thank you, Speaker, and then also our colleagues for this healthy debate. I think in terms of taking this into consideration, we all have made comments. Every single one of us as delegates at one time or another have asked the question, what are we doing to ensure that our kids and our grandkids are going to be taken care of? Right now, what I do know, I don't know the answer to that, but what I do know is that the pandemic had such a devastating effect on the entire world. For our Navajo Nation, we were already in impoverished state. And we, as delegates, our job is to write legislation and to appropriate or allocate funds. That's true. With this ARPA money, from my understanding, reading the legislation, part of that is to kind of prepare, which is why, we're coming up with these infrastructure plans or these plans, how are we going to help the people? As a council delegate, I want to make sure that when this ARPA money is all used up, that we have a plan in place that's going to help us move forward, which comes back to the notion of consultants. Because this ARPA money is not just about, it's not just about, how do we, build, it's about how do we recover. During the CARES argument, there was a request for, I believe it was an economist who would come in and who would look at our resources and, and what we distribute out, look at our goods, our services, and help us using statistical data to, help us as council develop a plan to move forward. And I remember when that was brought up, there was not enough funding for that position. I think that that's a really prime example of what this ARPA money can do, because we have to understand that this 1.8 billion is not going to come in again next year or the year after. This is one-time funding. So when that money is all gone, we as the 24th Navajo Nation Council need to be able to come out of it and say, we got a plan in place on how to, how to build our economy, how to, look at our resources and try to assist the people with that. We know that coal is gone. We as 24th Navajo Nation Council, I voted, to close the plant. And during that whole time, we keep asking, what is the plan? What is the plan? How do we replenish? How do we replenish? Well, now this ARPA money is coming in. It's going to replenish for maybe a couple of years, but, it falls back on us as delegates to write legislation to help to prepare for the future. And all I'm saying is with this support services, was all of that taken into consideration? Because from what I heard from Dana and from Speaker is, we looked at our budget and, and we said, okay, we need to factor in these, into this calculation. And yeah, that's enough. But, did they look at, a position, even if it's for 4 years, for an economist to come in and help the nation to rebuild? Did they look at, other positions? And I'm sure as delegates, we all have ideas on how we can do this together. And when we're talking about support services, we're looking at more than just, the people to be put in these positions. We're looking at the people, we're looking at the salary, we're looking at the benefits, we're looking at more equipment to have to purchase for them. We're looking at more office space to have to provide for these new positions, even if they're for 4 years. Is that going to mean 4 years of leasing an office, or is it 4 years of, putting them in a place where, scrunching them into the Office of Legislative Counsel office? We have to anticipate all of this. We have to look at, the broadband capacity. Can, council, Office of Legislative Counsel, Speaker's office, delegate's office, Office of Legislative Services, do we have enough broadband, to be able to provide all of us that service so that we can do our job? And so that's what I'm thinking about, which is why I'm saying like the 80-20, because we, council, we have the larger task. We have the biggest task. It's bigger than the president's office. It's bigger than the executive office, because we now, 24th and the incoming 25th Navajo Nation Council, we have to start preparing for the future. The pandemic has hit. We've lost, a lot of people. We've lost a lot of our resources. Now the question is, now we have this money coming in. We should be taking advantage of that and trying to prepare ourselves as, the legislative branch, as council, as the governing body, as the people who write the laws, to start preparing for the future. Because in reality, we are the ones who write the laws. Executive branch implements it, that's true. But, do we have all of the people in place at this time to help us guide, to guide us into the future to make these right decisions? And that's what I'm thinking about, which is why I'm thinking, the 80-20. I'm not asking for 50-50. I'm just trying to make sure that there's enough funding. And I think that Delegate Daniel So made a really good point when he said, maybe we can add language in there that says, if we don't spend this money by a certain time that it goes back, we can put that back into the pot so that it doesn't hold up any more of these funding. But I'm sure as delegates, we all have ideas on consultants. The other thing that I know with CARES is we, council did not have any cooperation from the Washington, D.C. office. We got information late. We were not a part of the conversation. We had many of our consultants were not paid during this time because we ran out of money. And we relied a lot on our consultants. I know that I relied a lot on Carlisle Begay during this time. And about 90% of that time, he didn't get paid for the work that he was doing for me and for council. So, we depend on our consultants, even though we have a Washington, D.C. office. But I know as chairwoman for Law and Order Committee, I do not get any information from the Washington, D.C. office. I do not get timely information and participating and advocating, for the Navajo people. So I'm thinking in those terms that, we do need to hire the right people to help God to make the right decisions when drafting these legislations. In addition to that, I think that we also need to look, the other thing that we ran into is, as delegates, we had our disagreements with Controller Kirk at the time. And, had we had somebody, a consultant on the legislative side to help guide us through what some of the, the answers to the questions that we had, then I think, we could say that we were informed about, whether her interpretation was correct or whether it wasn't. So I don't know. And again, I don't recall Speaker, asking the delegates, is 10% going to be enough? And this is how I divvied it. This is how we came up with the 10%. And it is true, he is Speaker of the Navajo Nation, and we should trust in his judgment and just say, okay, President and Speaker and, Chief Justice made the decision, let's just go with it. But I have heard delegates, say that a 3-branch agreement is not written into law. And so we should have been consulted in this, and this should have been a conversation that should have been had prior to this legislation coming out to make sure that that all of these ideas were taken into consideration when deciding the 90-10 formula. So with that, Speaker, I again stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Before I go back to the floor, there was a question that was asked of me by Chairman Edmund Yazzie. And he asked if this is something that the 3-branch chiefs agreed on. Let me just say that as a response specifically from myself, as you can see, there's a memo directly from the president or vice president stating that they support this legislation the way it is. When we were putting this legislation together for the past 2 months, actually for the past, since we knew that there was going to be some ARPA funds coming down the line, when we first had that very first work session at the end of March, April, May, June, and now we're into July. So for the past 4 months, we've been working together with all the different departments and divisions, not only on the legislative branch side, but on the executive side, whether those be primarily from Controller's Office, OMB, Department of Justice, Office of President, and ourselves to the Speaker's Office to really try to give the guidance. One of the recommendations I heard over and over again was that, what did we do wrong on the CARES funds? What did we do that we need to make sure that we made the changes correct in order for us to move forward in a timely fashion this time around? That's what we took into consideration when we heard each one of those work sessions, to try to say, okay, these are some of the projects, but these are some of, I always ask them if there's any difficulties, I need to hear those. We put all those into a retrospect, into trying to redefine what we could do in these policy changes. Those were divvied up to the different divisions and departments that was delegated out by, on the executive branch side, by Chairman or by Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco, and those recommendations were given back. Those recommendations were put back in here with the retrospect of what we put in here from what we gathered in from the office of the Speaker's office over the last 3.5 months. So to say that, do I support this legislation? I support this legislation the way it's written, because this is the input that we got over the last 3.5 months, not only from the executive side, but also from the legislative branch side and the judicial, in order for us to go ahead and move forward. There was one big thing that we heard during the CARES funds when we were putting those legislations forth. If you remember, there was 2 legislations that were sponsored after the original fund management plan was put in, it was signed into law, was CMY 44-20 under the CARES funds, not the ARPA funds, but under the CARES funds, was that the Navajo Nation Council was divided on moving forward on those recommendations, because once we didn't work together with the president's office, we weren't working together with the president's office because the president wouldn't come over to the council to work with us at that time. Now, what we did is that we went back over there and I took into the recommendations from what Chairman Nez has always said, what Chairman Yazzie has indicated, and that was that we worked together with the president. We sat down with the president's office, with the chief of staff on this legislation over and over again to try to hammer out what we could do in order to come to the best agreements. There's a lot of things that we didn't like that the president was recommending that they didn't put in here, and we're fortunate enough. There's a lot of things that we wanted to put in there that the president didn't like, but it was through the power of negotiation. The negotiation portion of this is what was present before us that you see here today. On this legislation 0110-21, I can honestly say working together on both sides of the aisle, both sides of the street, on the executive and the legislative side, with the attorneys from the Department of Justice as guiders, and with the recommendation from Office of the Controller and Office of the OMB that this is the best possible legislation that we came forward with as recommendations, not only through the work sessions that we had through this past 3.5 months, but also the internal meetings that they've had on that side of the street in order for them to move forward. So again, colleagues, this legislation 0110-21, as you can see, I co-sponsored this legislation because I do think that you asked me to work together with the president. You asked me to go ahead and work together to try to find the even ground. And this is something that I can say that's been our work from the Speaker's office, from the legislative branch, working together with the executive branch and the judicial branch in order to bring this legislation forth. Thank you. That, moving back on amendment number 2. I don't have anybody. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours on amendment number 2.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, to bring this a legislation 0110-21. I want to make it very clear to make sure that we all understand this legislation. As we talk about a lot on this legislation, and talking about CARE Act funds, which we have some experience. The problem we have experience was duration date was just too short because of I had $44 million mini mill water line project was not fit because of short duration. This project was ready to go. My understanding is when EPA funds coming in, we're gonna reimburse these custom funds and undesignated reserve fund balance. What we're gonna do. Basically, this is how I understand. Now, with that, CARE Act funds, it's not closed yet because of there's some remaining balance. The charges still need to be paid. There's existing problems we have with the Becky Tilly not releasing data, also other documents return back to the Navajo Nation, which is Navajo Nation property. That's possessions under Navajo Nation government. There's a problems right there right now with that CARE fund. We need to get things going under our acting controller Elizabeth Begay. That's where we at on that one. So if we're gonna move this to 10%, and also there's a amendment was made by my Shemayaja, 20% probably is gonna understand. Make sure that we do things right to move this legislation 0110-21. It's a lot of money. 10% is a lot of money for a legislation, and where we're going to spend the money. If we're going to do it on a 20%, we need to think about that one. That's just my comments on that one. With this legislation 110, the budget is not closed yet. CARE Act it's going to be closed for good this coming year on December 30, 2021. So we need to move on with that one too, to support our acting controller. So these guys will need to be paid hardship money. Another problem we had was we didn't have enough money. So the original plan was for those people that age more than 18, supposed to receive something like $1,800, but they received $1,350. And then for under 18, supposed to be like 800, but they only got like maybe 400. I don't remember, but still need to be paid the difference on the upper funds. We still got a lot of way to go. Once about hospital, thank you very much, Speaker, and my colleague, 24 Councilman. Dawson Orlando, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Yeller.
Speaker should say Eugene so.
And so, let me go on down to you, Honorable Eugene. So, floor is yours on amendment number 2.
Oh, should say on amendment. Dita sa peso will. Ikigi nas etchen dag in gun chitos. As that shadow is in shit, which is also that legislation are the initiative. Of what else by yes, phone listens. One question to Dana again. American Recovery Plan Act. Based on all the money coming from there, what can this word be defined? Recovery plan. First, recovering the way I understand people is to recovery is a net of this in that case. The JAD that is not to recover. How do we get these people to recover from mind, spirit, and physically? Second, first responders, how do we days aid of recovery? What we neglect while we're in lockdown. No, it's quite all you out of hard on the cards. It only had ABC. Aid as I never recover. I don't all touch it all. No, I can't out nurse the elevate system up. Aid as I never recovery. Academic sparse that. How do we? Is that how the money's supposed to be used to catch up to their grades? I don't know get at the grade farming. I don't get there's a lot of stuff. At my kinahasa. I don't our nation's government. But I had a last pasaho. I kept during the pandemic, so we can use the money to recover. I don't the most is the business. I said, I want to I call small business state, Holland, the United States. I let I recover into nickel in Doka. And I go. That's how I'm looking at this language recovery plan. Only thing we can't recover, sadly to say, and may they rest in peace, is the lives that we lost. We can't recover that. So I need this recovery plan to define things that we're talking about, how we can just go forward from here with this money. But the nation, or do we have to go back and take care of the things that we lost during the time of pandemic and as we're going forward now? That's my Dean's thought. Oh, that's how I'm defining this American Recovery Plan Act. It's a recovering plan. I let I say those needs. I let I zone those needs. Do I make myself clear, Dana? Thank you. Is there my time?
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So, every time at 1 minute 38 seconds, Honorable Eugene. So, let me go back to Ms. Barbara to answer that question.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate So. So I think if you look on page 3 of the legislation, starting on line 15, that may provide some guidance to your question, but I'll see how well I can help you out here. So the great big act is called the American Rescue Plan Act. We refer to it as ARPA. The ARPA was basically established to build on, expand the relief provided in the CARES Fund. However, under ARPA is also a section that's called the Fiscal Recovery Fund or Fiscal Recovery Funds. And those funds, they were intended to support governmental efforts to mitigate and contain the spread of COVID-19, as well as to respond to the health, social, and economic impacts of COVID-19 suffered by residents and businesses. So keep in mind, delegates, so this is this was federal legislation, ARPA and the Fiscal Recovery Funds. So they did not get into too much definition of what recovery meant, other than perhaps getting businesses back on their feet, getting people reemployed, and mitigating the spread of the virus. We know that those items are not comprehensive as far as what recovery means. I mean, they didn't point out anything about spiritual recovery, anything like that, but we assume it into it. And then if you will look on page 3, starting on line 18, it sets out some broad parameters for the benefit of the listening audience. I'm going to read those specific parameters. They're actually in section 9901 of the Federal ARPA Act. And it states that the fiscal recovery funds were specifically intended to, 1, respond to the COVID-19 public health emergency and its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small business, and nonprofits, and/or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. 2, the fiscal recovery funds were specifically intended to respond to workers performing essential work during the COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers of the tribal government. Under this category, this is our verbiage. Under this category, the Navajo Nation can provide premium pay to government workers performing essential work and can provide grants to eligible employers that have eligible workers who perform essential work. Number 3 on this list, fiscal recovery funds were specifically intended to provide government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the emergency. So this is your lost revenue recovery. You can spend the amount of that lost revenue on government services and have that funded by the fiscal recovery fund. And the last item on the list is that fiscal recovery funds were specifically intended to make necessary investments in water, sewer, and/or broadband infrastructure. So those are the specific intents as of right now. And as I said, they're broad. The Navajo Nation leadership will make a determination as to how expenditures fulfill those categories. I hope I answered your question, Delegate. So if not, I will speak more in depth with you when we can get together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue, but I do have colleagues with reserved time. So let me go back to reserved time. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 40 seconds on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. On Amendment 2. The amendment that is in front of us is requesting that 80% and then 20% of the 10% that will be used from the 1.8 billion. If this should happen, OPVP and the authority in line item vetoing, that may be subject to this. More than likely, they may line item veto the 20% and retain the 80% and put us on another legislation that we would have to pass on our behalf. Is that possibility, Speaker? I think we should remain with the original intent and not vote on the amendment, because we're going to send this across, and more than likely it will end up back here with the 20% saying it was line item veto, 80% is ready to go on the executive side. So Shananta, I don't agree with the current Amendment 2. I strongly recommend we stay with the original language in the legislation. And when we get to the main motion, I have several questions I'd like to ascertain, but thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve the rest of my time if and should I need it. Thank you.
What was it? One. Okay, 1 minute, 48 seconds. Vice Chair Smith. We'll move on down. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes, 57 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker, all members of the council. I too stand firm that we keep the numbers the way the numbers are currently presented. And then also, yes, we do pay our division directors lots of money. But again, it's their job to carry out these responsibilities, not council. We appropriate, legislate laws. That we appropriate funds. We have to start expending these dollars. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time with 1 minute 52 seconds. Honorable Otto So. Moving on down, Honorable Keelan Begay, 1 minute 57 seconds.
Speaker, adolescent, the less money we retain in Windup for support service, IB support minimum. But I believe that we need to spend almost 100% of it at the local level across the Navajo Nation. Again, there was an offer by a program that was willing to administer. I mean, they can probably ask for less to administer this funding on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So the more money that we retain in Windup, I believe that I may change my no support of this legislation. That I need to for those men in the which could be used at the chapter level. And then maybe provide us a detailed budget how this particular funding will be utilized for the 10%. That way, we could give us a clear picture of it. So, when that line will be higher, that line is going to be direct service, but not that initial. That would be understandable. I'd like to see more at the agency level. So, not just only the central level, but the agencies. So we've got 5 agencies. That initial. So, we're talking about creation of jobs. No. So, I'd like to see that detail as well. Speaker, I'd like to request that. I don't know if I need to do that with the point of privilege, but I'll request for that one later. Speaker, that's my statement again.
Time. Thank you. Moving on down. Chairman Daniel So, 1 minute 52 seconds.
Thank you, Satilla, members of the Navajo Nation Council and the listening public. Just for clarity, the 10%, basically each branch would get 10%. Am I correct in that question? And I'll wait for an answer, reserve the rest of my time.
Every time at 1 minute 26 seconds. Let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Newman.
Thank you, Speaker, but I think that question is more directed towards you. I wasn't involved in the conversation with the President's office or you when this 90-10 was decided. So I think that question is directed towards you, Speaker.
Just to answer your question, Chairman Daniel So, in the original legislation, 90-10, each branch would be sharing 10%. So in the original legislation, there's 180 million or 1.8 billion. Of the 1.8 billion roughly is $180 million. That's the 10%. Now, if you take that and divvy that up, the way the language states that the executive branch would get 90% of that 10%, then you're looking at the executive branch would be getting roughly around $162 million. Then the executive or the legislative branch would be receiving roughly a little over $18 million. So they're sharing that 10% that's on top. Now, in the amendment, it's moving the pendulum over to 80-20. So you're still sharing the original 10%, which is $180 million. But In that case, the amendment would reduce the amount of money that would be going to the executive from 162 million to roughly around $144 million. We would be increasing the amount of money, if this amendment passes, to the legislative branch from $18 million to roughly $36 million. So double what it would be receiving. Chairman Daniel So. Madam Chair, Charles Zoon, anything to add on for any other colleagues that had? Or
Yes,
do you want me to
Speaker.
go back to the floor?
Yeah, I'd like to add on this a little bit based on what has been spoken at this time. So I want to just remind our colleagues that, as was stated, our job is to legislate and to appropriate funds, which is true. We're not crossing any boundaries or any lines that are drawn in the sand. That is our job. Part of legislating is to call upon experts to help us. And I'm looking at using this ARPA funds, how are we going to, I guess I'm looking at the next 5 to 10 years. And I'm asking myself as a council delegate, how can I write legislation that's going to help our nation, our Navajo nation, to recover and to assist our people? Because again, our job is to legislate. We write the laws. The executive branch implements the laws. So it would be nice if we, as legislators had that, disposal at our hands so that we could write legislation that will help our nation, our people. The prime example of how we can hire support services and whether this was taken into consideration is, looking at our current resources and then asking, how do we replenish our coffers after this money is gone? Which is why I referred to the economist that was brought up during the CARES legislation. It was proposed at that time that, if we brought in an economist, maybe they could help, because during CARES, we learned that a lot of our, where we were drawing funds from to help with services was being affected. I guess I'm thinking in terms of like oil and gas that was affected. We also had timber, our natural resources were affected. And I remember during the CARES debate, there was a lot of question about, what are we going to do? How are we going to replenish these funds? ARPA is one way. We know that. It's going to replenish those funds. But we have the opportunity right now to look into the future and to design and draft legislation that will prepare us to recover, but also, to, again, replenish our coffers. Just imagine this, delegates, the legislative branch could hire one economist for each agency. And then that economist could identify ways to improve the economy within our agency. So, for example, Northern Agency, to have an economist come and look at the Northern Agency and say, okay, in this area, you are rich in the following resources, here are some ideas, here's what you can do, and we can draft legislation working together to try to, fix the economy within the agency, which will benefit the entire Navajo Nation and benefit the people as a whole. So, and I'm sure that these types of ideas, maybe they were thought of, maybe they weren't. But again, our job is to legislate. The laws that we write today is going to affect the future. It's going to affect our children and our grandchildren. Now, the question is, is there enough funding set aside to be able to hire the experts that we need to help us draft these legislations? We have Title 17 that's coming up with Law and Order Committee. It would be great if we could hire, someone to help us draft that legislation, because Title 17, we know that crimes were during the pandemic, crime didn't decrease. If anything, it stayed steady or it increased. So we know that that's one part of being a legislature that we have to address is during a pandemic, how is crime going to be addressed? How are we going to, work with, individuals who are calling, because their family is causing havoc? These are things that we have to think about. We can't just think about today. We can't just think about, a year from now. We have to think in terms of how are we going to use this ARPA money, to move forward into the future. And we're looking specifically at support services. Is that support services, was it based only on, what was needed during CARES? What was it based on, was it based on the numbers, I guess, from previous years? Because we already know as legislators that every year we have a shortfall. And we hear about this shortfall, and we know that that is affecting our services and the work that we do. So all I'm saying is, the 80-20, I think we do need to think in terms of, how are we going to write laws that are going to impact the Navajo Nation in the next few years and to try to recover from that. As for the comment made about President Nez and his vetoing power, I will state clearly and on the record, and I hope that President Nez is listening. As a council delegate, I am not scared of the veto pen because I know that each time there is a veto, it doesn't hurt me as a delegate, it hurts the people as a whole. And so, yes, he could veto that 20%, but it'll make him look bad because then the people will see that only his branch, only his people, only his directors are getting a chunk of that money, which I don't think he can actually recover from, especially from an election year. He has to keep things fair. And again, I'm not scared of his veto pen. If he wants to veto every legislation that I present, which, he pretty much has, again, he's going to have to explain that to the people. He doesn't sit down with me as a delegate and explain to me why he vetoed. He has to explain that to the people. And so far, at least from social media, his justifications are not they're not justifying anything. If anything, there's more, our President Nez has vetoed more legislation than any president since the veto power was authorized. So again, I'm not scared of his veto pen. And if he wants to give 80% of this 10%, to his branch and not give any to the judicial branch or not give any to the legislative branch, then that's on him. And that's an explanation that he will be required to give to the people. And I will make sure that he is held accountable in that situation and he provides a proper explanation as to why he vetoed the 20%. Or, if he wants to veto the 10%, then that's fine. Because I think that people are aware that he received money for the CARES, which is why he was able to provide the services that he did, whereas we didn't receive anything and judicial branch didn't receive anything either. So I hope I was able to answer the questions and the concerns. And really, if anything, if this gets voted down, I can at least say that I tried when it comes to the support services that will be needed for the legislative branch. I'm just trying to argue that the legislative branch is going to need funding, especially since we are going to be required to think about, how are we as the 24th and the incoming 25th Navajo Nation Council going to put money back into the coffers to give services to our Navajo people. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. That will go back to the lineup. I have Honorable Daniels, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, kudo. Aron the 24th Council. Ado kudo amendment kudo ben it's haki kudo Shida. Super bad. Nana kudo. Oyashland 90-10, 80-20. The job on this case of that did. One lady, so then the next issue get that based on each one. One lady bend that on the shed on hit and hello could they. His age set at Nana hello, though. I would just give the 100% to our Navajo people, and indeed that is then that's all mission. Cocodona great man, Ashadwat is really $100 quite a band that all mission. No, on hit a nana, I do not, Nakidot is not no, I could not got a memo again, I could not quite get wish Santa. I couldn't get that with that. Chairs like Hodat, of course, I get the season, could open us, I mean, I got hardship the Naya that is the great old that. I consider something really don't own it, a deep but later it's happy down the season, it but the aya not about this kid 100% to our Navajo people are business owners and then get that see them let them recover with these 1.8 billion. So you talk about this kid doesn't look at the code a large amount of kids with all the 10% or 20% of the Iceland that quite well just so it is could on lady I think that Diego and that Tobe and that take at cut it down rate RDC 2 years of and that the cocoa Baba on it the basic cheap and that I was Twitter funny that thing what of and that take at Diego for it is I don't know if it's lost for that but run at that then and 8 out that every about this case of that did I don't have chin or you have a chain that we take I see had drop by for mother the J had drop by the even I don't let Papa Randa Sapa I out Papa has told there she done even a call.
Time.
Oh, it's in the has to the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That moving on down. Chairman Edmund Yazzie, 1 minute, 23 seconds. Chairman Yazzie, 1 minute, 23 seconds.
Speaker, I'm sorry. You hear me?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I was on mute, so I'm back on mute. But anyway, as I was saying, Speaker and members of the council and everyone that's listening, based on what the Speaker had said that they had previous meetings with the President, with the staff, Chief of Staff, and then with the Chief Justice. And this is one thing that we've always been asking that, get together, work as a team and to get a resolvement going. And this is what was agreed upon, the main legislation. So with this amendment, I'm not going to be voting in favor and would just urge my colleagues that we do the same and then we go back to the main legislation and get that approved. So I waive the rest of my time. Speaker, sir.
Chairman Yazzie with that. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 1 minute and 38 seconds.
Hey, yeah, that's true.
Oh.
I don't know about student. 14 on the legislation. I like to. It's just a typo, but I don't like the way it looks. If you guys can help me with it, all the COVID-19, that EGI, and then also the AARP, and FOP, there needs to be quotation marks with parentheses around them. Throughout the legislation, it is on hinge schedules. Speaker, basically it looks like it's out of order. It's not like that. It is out. Thank you very much. Time.
Honorable Eugene, so legislative services can make those technical amendments, changes. So if there's anything, a recommendation to the Office of Legislative Services, you can email them and put that into those parentheses, or asking where those parentheses should go, or recommendations on where they should be. Thank you. Reserve your time at 50 seconds. With that, colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute 48 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Navigation Council. If I'm in order, I'd like to cease debate on this amendment and go right to vote, so that we're just going round and round in circles now. That's my motion, if I'm in order. If not, I'll reserve my time.
If he's in order, I'd like to second that motion.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, I got reserved time.
Four delegates with reserved time. How many? Colleagues, this legislation, amendment number 1, actually amendment number 2 has been debated for an hour and a half, 30 minutes. There's been 9 delegates speaking. No of
Hello, Speaker, are we still there?
Okay, with that, colleagues, sorry, Madam Chair Charles Newton, colleagues, I've been trying to get the logistics on this, on the amendment. On amendment number 2, motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Vince James. We've been debating this for an hour and 30 minutes. With that, colleagues, there's been 10 delegates who have voiced their opinion on that. Of those, 5 of those delegates have voted, stated their opposition, and 5 have stated that they have not waived an opposition or waived the support of the amendment. That, colleagues, of that, there's 4 remaining members with remaining time. So with that, there's been a healthy debate on the amendment of amendment number 2. So with that, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, I will accept your motion to cease debate because there has been a balance. That, colleagues, is there a second? Going
This
twice.
Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Second.
Honorable Brown as a second. That, colleagues, on the motion to cease debate, what was the last number? Oh, the last vote was 22 in favor, 0 opposed. So if we take the last number, 2/3 of the voting body, there'd be 15 members that would have to support this in order to cease the debate. That, colleagues, cease debate motion is non-debatable. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Keon votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay
Almer
Jr.
Begay votes green too.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kamiswak Cardi. Amber Kamiswak
Shimon
Cardi.
Delegate. Shimon Delegate Amber Kamiswak Cardi votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kamiswak Cardi votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panal Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable
Thomas Walker
Jr.
votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika does not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elaher.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Elaher votes red. Going back up, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So, I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Edison Winika did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 16 in favor, 6 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Colleagues, motion cease debate, 16 in favor, 6 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, on amendment number 2. Go to board.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Question of privilege.
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead. Floor is yours. Question of privilege while we're voting.
Yes, regarding the line item veto authority, that, as the council has clarified before, that is regarding the president's ability to line item dollar amounts. And so this legislation, as expressed by percentage, Ms. Dana Barbroff, is this an item that can be line item vetoed?
No.
Speaker, back to you.
Thank you. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you, Speaker. The Office of Legislative Counsel will take the position that it's not eligible for line item veto because it does not meet the particular being a budget line item as how it's set out. It is predicted that the Office of the President would have a different interpretation on that. So I can't tell you how the courts will rule. We would feel like my office feels like we have a strong argument. So thank you. I think I can't really add much more right now. We could discuss further in executive session if you wish at some time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, let's go to board voting on Amendment 2.
Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Junior Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Junior Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'm going to vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Panal Halona. Honorable Panal Halona.
Tony votes red.
Honorable Panal Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
And Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Monica.
Red.
Honorable Edison Monica votes red. Honorable Edwin Yalzi.
Red.
Honorable Edwin Yalzi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty.
Delegate Amber Knussbach Carty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 5 in favor, 18 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Mr. Speaker, this is Delegate Daniels. Mr. Speaker.
Yes. With
Yes,
that,
I'm going to change my vote to red. I was thinking about my future legislation.
With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 4 in favor, 19 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Colleagues, with that, on amendment number 2, 4 in favor, 19 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion fails. That, colleagues, back to the main motion on legislation 0110-21.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, you are next with a reserved time of 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
Okay, I'll wait my turn.
Medical Services, can I help you?
Yes, can I have that? Send it, please.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Somebody's ordering food at the drive-through. Chairman Daniel So, you're up on reserve time, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Cecilia, Honorable Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. As expressed earlier, I wanted help from Chief Legislative Counsel to draft an amendment regarding the this legislation. And I think Mr. Manuel Rico has sent the amendment to the membership. And with that, I make the motion to introduce that amendment. Reserve the rest of my time. Second by Delegate Rick Nez.
That, colleagues, on amendment number 3. Oh, no, amendment number 2, sorry. Amendment number 2, sponsor is by Chairman Daniel So. Do we have that, Mr. Rico? Okay, with that, let me go ahead and go over to Mr. Rico to read it into the record, and then from there, I'll go to the floor. Get a second.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number 2, 1, page 8, line 30, insert new paragraph as follows. It's a new paragraph E _ E, any central support and or regulatory services funding unspent or unencumbered at the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2024 shall be reallocated to the NNFRF and be available for allocation to other NNFRF projects and services and _. 2, renumber, relitter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, the motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Chairman Rick Nez. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 2? Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair.
I don't know if I have a question. I haven't received the amendment yet, Speaker. I think it's barely making its way over Cheska.
Okay.
Speaker, I should say.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So.
To Daniel Soshana, would it be better if it's on page 9, 9-4? That's my question. If can we move up to that one? Page 9.
That question by Chairman or by Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker, I got it.
Very good. Yeah. Okay, you want to explain that? Let me go to Mr. Rico, and he'll explain how that goes. It's a technicality.
Mr. Speaker, members of the 24 Nation Council, we at OLS can make that correction. It's just, all it's doing is just moving the paragraphs down. So even if we put it at line 30, it'll be fine. Honorable Eugene, so.
Thank you. That.
Speaker, can we get advisement from Legislative Council, Ms. Barbara?
Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. If I understood Delegate, so he would actually like to move it to the very end of Section 7, which would be page 9, line 4. That would put it at the very end of Section 7, and that would be fine. It actually will not make a difference. The important thing would be to get it in Section 7. So I think that Delegate Eugene So's request could be honored without any problem. It would just require that instead of the amendment saying page 8, line 30, it would state page 9, line 14, and it would change the paragraph number from E to F. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman So.
Thank you very much. That, Chairman Daniel So, request to modify.
Thank you, Speaker. Other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. How does it tell it? Eugene, so you just want to change the knot on the rope to where the knot is way at the bottom. That's I will abide by Brother Eugene So's request.
Hey,
thank you, Ms. Barbara. Thank you to Mr. Rico and Speaker. Without
thank you.
Adorni.
Thank you. With that, Chairman Nez, as a second, you're good with that? On the request to modify.
Speaker, I concur. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 2?
Speaker. This is Edmund.
Yazi, floor is yours.
Just one quick question.
Yes,
Chairman,
floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, members of the council, to the sponsor of the amendment. The question is, does this amendment include the legislative? That's just my quick question. Speaker?
That, we go over to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. Yes, it does include both the allocations that would be made to executive and the allocations that would be made to legislative. Thank you.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments? Thank you. With that, any other comments, questions, colleagues, on amendment number 2? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 2.
Honorable Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green. I vote green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kial Begay Jr.
Yeah, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Kial Begay Jr. votes green. Paul Begay Jr.
That was a Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Beasley Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knesset Cardi.
Delegate Amber Kines-Cardi votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesset Cardi votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Herman Daniels
Red.
Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Canal Halona.
Low votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable
I
Daniel
vote
So.
green.
Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote Israel Sheher.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin
Green.
Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellahair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellahair votes green. Going back up. Honorable
Monica
Eugenia
votes
Charles
green.
Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did
I
not
vote
vote.
green.
Honorable
I vote green. Can you hear me?
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edison Monica votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor, 4 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, on amendment number 2, we have 18 in favor, 4 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Let me go back to the floor. On the main motion of 0110-21, colleagues, we do have Honorable Keon Begay. I was going back through reserve time. 4 minutes and 39 seconds, Honorable Keon Begay. Okay, Honorable Keon Begay, can you hear me? Press star 6.
Speaker, Kellen.
Mm-hmm. McKeon Brigade, the floor is yours.
Speaker, reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 37 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Where's this one? Okay. Get it. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Wait my time.
Waive your time. That, moving on down. That, Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 22 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to pretend if I'm in order, I'm going to go ahead and motion to cease debate and reserve my time.
Second.
Reserve your time. 4 minutes, 15 seconds.
Hello.
Colleagues, on legislation 0110-21, this legislation has been debated for over 3 hours and 30 minutes here at the Navajo Nation Council, in that there's been 3 additional debates that were added onto it, with 2 amendments that passed and 1 amendment that failed. Altogether, colleagues, there's been a total of 10 delegates who have spoke on this legislation. On the main motion, though, there has only been 7 delegates who have spoke. None of these delegates have spoken against this legislation. The legislation with that has all swinging the pendulum one way. That, colleagues, that has considerable weight to say that there's enough time for this debate to have happened. So, Honorable Otto So, I will accept your motion to cease debate.
Second.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, on legislation 0110-20, Ms. Bella, let's go to the
Speaker,
board.
point of privilege.
There's no debate on the motion to cease debate. With that, on the motion to cease debate, point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Just quickly, Speaker, how many delegates were still on reserve time?
Individuals with reserve time. Five. While we're
So
voting.
9 delegates spoke and 5 have reserve time?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay does not vote. Honorable K. Allen Begay. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, I'm Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Almer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knusswag Friday.
Delegate Amber Knusswag will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusswag Friday votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Tanao Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Tanao Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green.
No, Shema, that wasn't my vote.
Wilson Stewart Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green. Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes
Opponent.
green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote
Honorable
green.
Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Dorcas.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Thomas Walker
I vote
Jr.
green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Monico.
Green.
Edison Monico votes green. Honorable Edwin Yagi.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yagi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhead.
I vote green. Thank you.
Jimmy Yellowhead votes green. Going back up. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor and 5 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 17 in favor, 5 opposed, speaker not voting. Motion carries. With that, Mr. Rico, on legislation 0110-21, we just now passed a cease debate motion. With that, colleagues, we're going to go to the main vote, main motion vote on legislation 0110-20 or -21 with 2 amendments. Mr. Rico, if you get the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of 24th Navajo Nation Council, there are 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 on page 3, line 18, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph as set forth in Central Agency Council Resolution number CAC 07/21-11, Attached as Exhibit A, the Central Agency Council of the Navajo Nation supports the establishment of a Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund and the expenditure authorization process set forth herein. End of new language. 2, attached is Exhibit A. Exhibit A is the resolution mentioned, Central Agency Council Resolution Number CAC 07//21-11. Amendment number 2 on page 8, line 30, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph F is page 9, line 4, new paragraph F. Any central support and or regulatory service funding unspent or unencumbered at the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2024 shall be reallocated to the NNFRF and be available for allocation to other NNFRF projects and services. End of new language. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other community amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, go to the board on legislation 0110-21. This is a 2/3 legislation, 16 votes in order for this to pass.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Calvin Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Calvin Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty.
Shema Delegate Amber Knesset.
Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber
This is Delegate Amber Knesset Crotty. Shema, I vote green.
Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Canal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Canal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winnica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green. Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So does not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0110-21, with a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, on legislation 0110-21, that legislation moves across or goes across the street for final approval for the president to sign it into law. With that, moving on down, colleagues, we are on item number D, under new business, the consent agenda. With legislation 0047.
Freeland, can I vote?
0084-21, 0093-21, and 0096-21. Hello?
Speaker Freeland, I'm sorry, I lost signal.
Yes.
Can I vote on the last one, please?
Yes. I haven't asked for it. We haven't got for motion. That
Thank you.
on legislation 0110-21 with Honorable Freeland vote, additional vote that changes it, right, Ms. Bell, to 21? 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and the speaker not voting. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read those legislations in on item number D on our consent agenda into the record, and I'll ask for a motion after that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of legislation 0074-21, legislation 0084-21, legislation 0093-21, legislation 0096-21, tracking number 0074-21, and action relating to research development. Navajo Committee, Navajo Nation Council approving amendment number 1 to the Desert Creek operating agreement between the Navajo Nation and Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, sponsored by Honorable Otto So. There are 2 committee reports with no amendments from the Resource Development Committee and the Nabakeetic Committee. The Resource Development Committee recommended do pass with no amendment. The Nabakeetic Committee reports it pass and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0084-21, an action relating to the Nabakeetic Committee, Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Mr. Emmanuel Rico Jr. as Executive Director of the Office of Legislative Services, sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Daniel Eso, and co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. There is one committee report from the Nabakeetic Committee that recommended do pass and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. No amendments. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0093-21, an act relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, Nabakeetic Committee, the Navajo Nation Council, amending section 1703E of the Navajo Nation Child Support Enforcement Act, Title 9, Navajo Nation Code, sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So. There are 3 committee reports from the Law and Order Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommended do pass with no amendment. And the Nabakeetic Committee recommended do pass and refer to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0096-21, an action relating to health, education, human services, Nabakeetic and Navajo Nation Council, approving the reinstatement of Desiree Renee Casey as a member of the Navajo Nation, sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. There are 2 committee reports One from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommended do pass with no amendment. The Navigated Committee recommended pass and refer to Navajo Nation Council with no amendment. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, can I get a motion on our consent agenda?
Is Delegate Brown on motion?
Honorable Brown, motion.
The issues around
Second.
Thomas Walker, second. TPT
Second,
taxes.
Mr. Walker. That, colleagues, let's go to board on our consent agenda.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Cardi.
Yes, Madam Chair. Member Cardi.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'd like to speak. Speaker, I understand that this is a consent agenda, but since the approval of the consent agenda for Northern Agency, we've been receiving concerns on legislation 0052-21. I think at this point it sounds like the Northern Agency veterans are not clear on the changes, and I think, Speaker, this is, I would need to know if we can remove that legislation from the consent agenda so that we could have a thorough discussion and to ask a few clarifying questions regarding that legislation. And so in reading the rules, I know that, if a legislation is debated more than 5 minutes, it's taken off of the consent agenda. So I just want to know what are the possibilities at this point to remove that legislation and move forward with the vote. Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
Madam Chair, Member
Point of
Cardi,
privilege, Speaker.
legislation 0052-21 is not on the consent agenda. That's actually item number E under our under our new business. That
Thank you for that clarification, Speaker.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, was it a point of order or?
No, Speaker, I think that you addressed it. I just wanted to make sure that the agenda that I was looking at that had it on E, if that was the right one I was looking at, or whether it was included in the consent agenda. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. So legislation 0052-21 was not read into the record. That legislation is not being considered at this time. It will be next after the consent agenda. That, colleagues, go to the board on a consent agenda.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaus-Bacardi.
Shema Delegate Amber Knaus-Bacardi votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaus-Bacardi votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland does not vote. Honorable Tanal Halona. Honorable Tanal Halona.
Ron votes green.
Tanal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Vernon Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is your share?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winnicott. Honorable Edison Winnicott. Honorable Edison Winnicott did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay does not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winnicott. Edison Winnicott. Honorable Edison Winnicott does not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Honorable Alma Begay via text votes green. So the vote is now 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you. With that, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That,
Motion to
colleagues,
recess, Speaker. Motion to recess. Vice Chair Smith.
motion to recess, colleagues, by Vice Chair Smith. What time is it now? 3:51.
Second, Daniel.
By Vice Chair Smith. With that, colleagues, before I get a second, we have one more legislation on our legislation or on our agenda, and that's legislation 0052-21, referring to the Navajo Nation Veteran Trust Fund. Colleagues, I know that there's numerous of you that have meetings tomorrow, requests, also requests to travel with at least your chapters or travel with to different areas. So just be mindful of that. If this continues, we have not completed our agenda. So according to that, Title II statute and the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, we would come back tomorrow at 10 a.m. On Friday morning. That second by Chairman Herman Daniel, or Honorable Herman Daniels. Got colleagues, any comments or questions on motion to recess?
Speaker Damon, Delegate Rick Nez.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Rick Nez, Chairman, go ahead.
So too.
And Honorable Otto So.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable colleagues. I do have a legislation request that's almost completed. It's an emergency drought legislation, and I hope that we could recess so my legislation can be ready tomorrow, and I'll ask to suspend the floor rules to add that to the session for tomorrow. So that's all, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Okay, reserve your time at 4 minutes, 21 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, floor is yours. On the motion to recess.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I was gonna go ahead and speak in favor of ask that we finish up the agenda, but listening to Honorable Chairman Nez's request, I think that's viable, and it is much needed. And I believe the drought is very, very important also. It's an important piece of legislation that we have. So I would just echo the same response that we go ahead and recess. Thank you. Reserve my time. Or waive my time.
Wait for your time. That colleagues, nobody else on the board. We go back to reserve time. Chairman Nez, 421.
I'll waive my time, sir. Thank you.
Not waiving your time. With that, colleagues, we have a motion to recess. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Almer Begay.
I vote green.
Begay.
vote green.
Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenio Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenio Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Kuniswa Cardi.
Delegate Amber Kuniswa Cardi, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kuniswa Cardi votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panel Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Panel Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Red.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nash.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nash votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellahair. Honorable Jimmy Yellahair. Honorable Jimmy Yellahair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Vince James.
Yellahair votes green.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellahair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Make sure my votes count. This is Delegate Yellahair. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Okay, with that, colleagues, with a vote in favor, 20 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries on the recess. That colleagues, we're officially recessed at 3:51 p.m. See everybody back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
There's
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Well, we're not in session anymore, so you can just ask.
Okay, thank you. Will the emergency legislation go prior to 005221 or would 0521 be
Let me
heard
see
first?